All right, are we good to start? Perfect. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, May 6th. Two study session items for tonight. First up is going to be Director of Utilities and South Platte Renew Director Pieter Van Rij, as well as Deputy Director of Business Solutions Sarah Stone and Deputy Director of Operations Josh Roach. I'll pass it over to you, Director Van Rij.
An inherent system issue with the sanitary sewer system. So we're on the sanitary side for once. We're not going to talk about drinking water until a little bit later, but this is to do with the sewer mains. So essentially what we have is we've got an issue with a property that's they called in because there was a blockage on a main. And if you look on south, where the map there, it says south of Laddie Street. It's kind of towards the center. You can see that small little L-shaped, upside down L-shaped main that connects into the larger, more curvy main, which is a 6-inch main. And it serves a small number of houses. And so those 6 houses there all discharge to this main. It has no bends, it has no clean outs, it has no access. There's no way to actually for us to maintain it. And what our supposition is that based on gravity, these houses didn't drain to the east because the east would have been uphill. And so what they did is they drained them to the west, made this small little stub main, which is often referred to as a community main. And those have, in circumstances like this, aren't typically built to normal standards for a sewer interceptor, and can result in problems, because the issue is, so you have 6 homes, there's some kind of a blockage that occurs, but there's no HOA or agreement among those 6 homes as to who's supposed to maintain this main. As we started to research it, we determined that the 6-inch main is actually in the right of way. So it's not in the street, but it's kind of under the sidewalk, which would lead us to believe that it could either be considered a private sewer or a public sewer. Because it's in the right of way, I think that it can be reasonably assumed that it makes sense that it could be considered a public sewer. But because it wasn't built to current standards is why it was probably been considered a private sewer. So as we, sorry, there was a red box that would have, that's where it is. So we've dug into this to try and figure out what the right approach is. And as we've been digging into this, we have determined that this is not the only situation that we have in the city that has this issue. There's not a lot, but there are a few. Some basic stats: we have 83 miles of sanitary main. We inspected all of the mains in 2022 and 2023. That was the video inspection, that baseline I think we talked about a few weeks ago. And one of the surprises was, based on the video inspection, the majority of the sewer system is actually in decent shape for its age, material. There's not a lot of significant problems. We were actually anticipating that there was going to be more problems with dislodged joints. It's a lot of clay pipe. But in actuality, we ended up with, we have a system that's actually in reasonably good shape. And if you look just from a standard perspective, we're below what the typical backup per 100 miles is, at less than 2 per year, and standard is 4 per year. Because that just assumes that systems don't operate perfectly all the time. So as we started to look into this, we determined that we have a couple more of these. And you can see these red boxes also identify areas where a more than one house discharges to a smaller sized main and then connects to a standard sized interceptor. And we've identified 3 more of these issues throughout the city. So it's not a widely prevalent problem, but it is for those situations where neighbors are looking at each other and saying, well, whose responsibility is it to maintain this thing? It's in the street, but it was never built with the ability to maintain it. And that's what we're here to talk about today is how we should approach these. We are also looking at city ditch because a lot of the city was developed in much closer proximity to city ditch than we would have what our current standards are today. So we have issues throughout the city where home foundations are really close to the ditch pipe, and we have an issue there as it relates to that piping network through the developed area. So that's something else we're looking at. But here's the real thing that we uncovered in this process that has us concerned, which is if you look in the red box, this is a 12-inch interceptor that runs directly underneath homes. And so this is not how any standard is for developing sewer mains. So you've got a situation where without understanding what took place, the likely scenario is this sewer main was following some gravity path that made sense. And then when the homes were platted and built sometime after the installation of the main, it was either not known or it was not incorporated, and the homes were built over the top of the main, which we think could be a potential longer-term liability for the city, because if we have a backup or whatever, but this is not just a small main, this is a 12-inch interceptor. So this is a lot of homes, wastewater running directly underneath homes. So this is the entire reach of that interceptor. It's essentially 2,200 feet. There are several locations where it runs under homes, directly under homes, under the corner of a home, under garages. It's a problematic installation for a sewer main, a sewer interceptor that we think presents a potential liability that we would like to further investigate the costs associated with mitigating that liability. You can see on this map that original 6-inch community main that prompted this whole investigation is highlighted as one of the contributing pipes to this. So what we're proposing is that we would look at these 3 situations where you have the 6-inch main in the right of way serving multiple houses, and take a progressive approach to installing at least a clean out access so that we can get it maintained, put it into the city's system as part of the city's sewer system that doesn't meet current standards, but if it's functioning well enough and we keep it maintained and it continues to function, then that could be a simple way to assume responsibility for it so that each individual homeowner has their own just responsibility for their service line. And then if it becomes more of a challenge, then we can go to different degrees of addressing the smaller reaches progressively to the point where if we just can't get it fixed, we would upsize it to a current standard and then just bring it into our system. We're not sure that we have to do that. We'd like to take this incremental approach. And the first step would be installing a manhole at the end of it so that we can get to either end of it and clean it out. So that's the one piece of this. The other piece is the larger issue of the the interceptor that runs under homes, this 2,200 feet. And our next step recommendation to that would be to do a much more detailed analysis of where the impacts really are, what the costs would be to mitigate those impacts, so that we can then come back in a year or so with a recommendation for, or at least an idea of here's the risk and here's the cost to mitigate that risk. I think the approach we would want to take with the reason why we're suggesting this as an approach is we have money funded in the sewer system for ongoing maintenance of the sewer system. We were expecting to spend that on the system being in worse condition than it actually was, which means that we are projecting a certain amount of funds that we could rededicate to or reallocate to addressing these three more localized issues, and then ultimately building a longer term strategy for this main for 2,200 feet. So that's essentially the crux of the issue.
Ready for questions, Director? Ready for questions, Director? Mayor Pro Tem, get us started.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Van Rye. I wanted to see that one. That 12-inch main there, it looks like, in my familiarity with the area, it's running adjacent or near the city ditch as well.
Is this near the city ditch? We believe it's in the same proximity.
Okay.
Don't know exactly where. We don't have that plotted on here, but we can get you can kind of see it. You kind of see it to the south.
To the east of it.
Yeah, it's just to the southeast.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see areas where it looks like it's diagonally following. It's following the contour essentially, and that's what we think the sewer main did. Is it followed the lower end of that contour?
Right. I'm wondering if it could be, since that city ditch I assume has its own right of way. If it could be moved to be adjacent to, more closely adjacent to the city ditch, or does that cause?
I think the challenge is elevation.
Oh, because it's so much higher. The city ditch sits so much higher.
I think this is much lower than where the city. I think the city ditch is much higher, and that's again where those. Let me actually go back to this one. So you can see how there's the sewer main that runs in the alley to the east of where these 6 are.
Yeah.
So typically you'd run to that sewer main. But what we anticipate happen is when these houses were being built, they couldn't gravity flow it because that alley is higher than where those sewer services landed, which is why they just took them to the west and went downhill and connected.
Okay.
So if we move to the east, we're moving uphill.
Gotcha.
Is the challenge.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Member Wright?
Thank you. Thank you, and bear with me. I
Sure.
think the Mayor Pro Tem understands this a bit better than I do. So one of my first questions when I was reading this is shared sanitary sewer lines.
Yep.
And being married to somebody, I know that is a big no-no. How many shared lines do we anticipate that there are that we're looking at that in the future needs to be ramified?
So situations like this, we've found 3. And these are the other 2. So
total of 3 or
3 that we know of right now, based on our investigation of the GIS and our mapping. Now, there could still be certain situations where 2 homes are on one service that we don't necessarily have that level of resolution down to, but those are simpler to solve because it only involves 2 homes. But in terms of multiple homes on a common line, we've identified 3 so far. So it's not widely prevalent, but it's there.
okay, now is that something that we would want to rectify right away? Or do we want to do what you're suggesting and do that further down the line? Because, and I guess my question is is that, let's say one line backs up, couldn't it potentially cause that shared line to have a problem also?
I think that's what ultimately presented the problem, where the customers contacted us and said they've been dealing with this for decades. And their challenge is the fact that no one individual takes responsibility for the line, because there's no common use agreement among those 6 homes that delineates we all contribute, X dollars to maintain this, like an HOA or something like that.
Yeah.
So to the question of, do we address this first? We think there's a first step of increment to this, which is, you can see where on both of these, the last service line that connects to each one of these, at that point we would put in a manhole, and that manhole would then give us the ability to clean down that line all the way to the main, and then we could come upstream from that main, or we would put another manhole where the main connects into, where the common community main connects into the standard sanitary main. So that's a simpler way to get to a first step of, maybe the 6 inch is fine, it just needs more frequent maintenance, and we add 2 access points to maintain it, and we get it on our maintenance schedule. So that would be our recommendation in terms of a first step. The next step would be to look at maybe some kind of pipe bursting lining, and then the worst case is you come in and you have to dig it up and you put in a new main.
And I guess my question would be, Director, and then just thinking, so let's say you have this Clarkson circle, it looks like there's 3 lines shared there. I'm looking at this. Let's say you have the middle one where, I don't know, you have kids that are stuffing things down the toilet, and it's clogging those lines. So then clogging the lines, so you have the 2 on the other end, which is clogging a backup. I mean, is that
Yep.
something that could happen? So if we're not fixing the issue, aren't we causing more expenses to the people, or the city going to come out and clean the lines for those people?
That's what we would suggest, is that we would, these 6 inch lines, we would put accesses at either end of it, and then we would assume responsibility for it, recognizing that it doesn't meet our 8 inch minimum standard, it's a 6 inch. And as long as we keep it clean and maintained, maybe that works indefinitely. But it becomes something that we acknowledge responsibility and maintenance over.
Okay, so let me play devil's advocate. So what if something happens, and let me use the center person again, where, they have kids and kids are kids or whatever, things get stuffed down a line and it causes major flooding in a basement or something. Is the city going to assume responsibility for the cleanup and stuff of a major backup into someone's basement or something? It just...
So the city does not assume responsibility for those, and they do happen. And so even in the main system, we have points in time where there's some kind of a clog, a bunch of wipes build up into a ball, and it blocks the line, and then that backs up into people's maintenance. We have a program that we jet these mains frequently to ensure that they don't get to the point where they build up to that point of clogging. But it's not to say that we can always predict what people will flush down the toilet that gets in the way.
Okay, fair enough. It just...
I would say that by getting it on our schedule, then we can get it on that maintenance schedule to minimize any potential issue.
Okay, and then just so I understand, are most of these in alleyways, or is it both alley and street? From what it... Just to confirm.
Well, so if we go, so this one is actually in the sidewalk.
Okay.
So the one that prompted the issue. So the 6 inch main, the 6 inch undersized community main or common main is actually under the sidewalk. And that's actually part of the reason why we want to start with just putting in a manhole and seeing if we can just keep it maintained and clear. And maybe that solves the problem.
Okay,
But if it doesn't solve the problem, then we take the next step, which is pipe burst it, and then the next step, which is just dig it up and do a new
Okay.
thing.
Okay, and then I have one more question, just for my understanding. These are 6 inches going into a 12-inch. It's not a 12-inch going into a 6.
Yes,
Okay.
6 into
that's-
12.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
I hope we don't have 12 going into 6. We don't think there is, but I'll be honest with you. This is the first place I've been where I've seen a 12-inch run directly underneath a house, and so that's a new one for me in my experience. So
Member Russell.
Thank you. So are these houses, I mean, I understand that we don't know how we got to this point or how they were developed, but do they have a sanitary sewer portion of their sewer bill? Are they being charged?
yeah, they're being charged just like everybody else.
Okay, so we are responsible, right?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, we're responsible. I think what the nuance here would be is this short reach of pipe considered in the broad network of the sanitary sewer system or not? Historically, it seems to be the position of the city that these were not. We think it presents an undue burden on our customers because trying to get these 6 homes in together saying, how do we maintain this thing, when the only way you can really maintain this is to go to the home farthest up the line and run something all the way down to the main that's in Lehigh. That's out of what I would expect a normal customer to have to deal with.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I do like the plan that you have for right now. So, thank you.
Member Nunekamp.
I just had one question. I agree with Member Russell. I appreciate you coming with a plan for what we're going to do. It's always interesting when we discover these kinds of things in our quirky city. On the long service line that's under the homes and the concerns you have there, I believe your plan said that you wanted to do a deeper assessment and come back to us in a year with a plan for that. We're also saying that it's a high risk and that it could be a liability for the city. How do we feel about the timeline of this taking a year to process? And is there any risk to us within the next year that we should just be aware of?
So I guess the part of the thing is it's a risk. I don't know if it's a high risk or a low risk. That's what we want to. It's a risk. It's a risk enough that it's a concern that we would make a plan to address it. I suggested a year. We might be able to do it faster. It's really just, I don't know how, once you start digging into these things, there are unexpected things you find. If we need to, if I was worried that there was a catastrophic, imminent failure problem here, I would suggest that we would accelerate this. But this has been a condition that's been in place for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Does it mean that we're not building towards a catastrophic failure? I can't say that. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we're not, any fix to this we anticipate is going to be expensive. And so we want to make sure that we come with a balancing of understanding this is the condition that the city was built in way back when it was built and platted and developed. And here's the risk, and here's where we think, maybe it's an incremental over the course of 5 years and we slowly fix it. That's what we need to figure out.
That's very helpful. I appreciate that. And is your main concern that the line could fail at a place under a resident's home, and then to be able to repair it, we would have to have significant disruption to the resident? Is that the worst case scenario here?
Yeah, the worst case scenario is you have so many homes that are contributing to this line. And so they have some kind of a catastrophic failure or blockage that occurs at a place where we can't get to it because it's under a house. And then that backs the system all the way up to the point where we have to come in and react with bypass pumping and some kind of an emergency situation to at least keep the sanitary sewer flowing around wherever the blockage is, and then determine a longer term solution for whatever that failure is. We don't have any indication right now that we are anticipating a catastrophic failure. It's just there is a risk because there's a house sitting on top of it.
Mm-hmm. No, makes sense, and I appreciate the clarification. Yeah, I support the way you guys are thinking about it. I think it's really thoughtful. I also support us taking responsibility, assuming responsibility of the other lines that are in the right of way. I think it would be tricky to find a way to ask our residents to manage that together collectively, and because it's in the right of way, I think it makes sense. Aware that we are bringing on liability, but I appreciate the approach.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just one last question, and I'm supportive of the approach you're taking, and maybe this is too early to be kind of speculating, but do you think that 12-inch line is going to have to require a totally new alignment, or is it going to be possible to move portions of it out from under houses and just kind of reroute bits of it?
So let me go to this slide. I would, so just right off the cuff, without any analysis, my sense is that it would do a zigzag following the
All the
streets.
streets, right?
The challenge is when you lengthen shallow sloped
Right.
pipe, you make the slope even shallower, which means the velocity goes down, which means then if your velocity is too slow, then you're not clearing out the solids that are in this water, and you end up creating a different problem. So this was probably put in place because it was the shortest straight line, flattest slope. And if we lengthen that, we potentially create a different problem. So but just gut sense, that would be the safe way to do it, is put it in the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Member Pring.
Thank you for the presentation. So once we get the first level of fixes in place as far as putting like the manholes so that we can see into and hopefully maintain better, and you state that then we get those sites connected into the main cleaning schedule. How
Yes.
often do we go into the mains and clean?
I'm going to check with Josh on this. What's our current, every 3 years?
3 years?
And then if we know we have problem areas, we'll go into those more frequently.
Okay. So you have kind of like hot spots mapped out throughout the city where we have more regular disruptions.
Yeah, so we do have hot spots that we are aware of that potentially build up, that we put a more frequent cleaning on. But as a general rule, it's every 3 years, and that meets industry standard in terms of a practice.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I guess a follow-up to that would be, how often in these 3 sites have we had disruptions or calls coming in where it's, identified as a backup and we've got residents that are potentially fighting amongst themselves to have to do their portion of, I guess, maintaining their own site, knowing that the neighbor could cause an issue for them a year down the road?
So the one that presented this issue to us, which is the one you see on the screen, we know that it's happened more than once over the years. It sounds like there's been frustration over the years because there's a challenge of figuring out who can actually get into access to clean it, because someone tries to clean it from their space and they're only cleaning part of it and it doesn't clean the whole thing. And so I don't know the exact number. We could probably find out by talking to some of the residents, but I get the sense it's not just once or twice. It's happened a number of times over the last 25 plus years.
Okay. But we have confidence that getting on that 3-year schedule would help us mitigate any, ongoing issues on these 3 sites. Like it hasn't happened often enough on these 3 sites where we would need to have a more regular maintenance than the 3 years.
Yeah, so what I would recommend on this is that what we do is we put in those manholes on either end to clean it out, and then we probably put it on a more frequent initial maintenance schedule to make sure that it isn't presenting a problem. And if we're finding after, if we're doing it annually and we're seeing there's not really much change, then we can increase that. But I wouldn't necessarily, I would consider these like another hotspot area within the city that has more frequent maintenance until we're comfortable that it can be on that 3-year schedule.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
All right, Director, thank you very much for all the answers to our questions. Thanks for bringing this to our attention so early. So I'm in favor of the current approach and look forward to the updates here in the near future over the coming years. So Thank you so much, Director.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the second item for tonight, we have City Attorney Tamara Niles here to present and review the City Attorney Ethics Manual. Good evening, City Attorney Niles.
Good evening. So what we've prepared in our office is an internal manual regarding ethics, ethical obligations, and different policies and procedures that we follow to make sure that we have strict compliance with our ethical rules, that everybody else knows what our ethical rules are, and so that we are all on the same page as a city as to what the city attorney's office can and can't do and how we operate. So I'm presenting this to you tonight. More as an FYI, it's not for a city council approval matter, but then if you have any concerns or questions, or if you think we should reconsider a certain policy or procedure, this is your chance to, I suppose, speak now or forever hold your peace until we come back with a revision. Oh, I do want to give special thanks to the Colorado Springs City Attorney's Office. That was a typo in the presentation. We attended a CLE presentation where they had prepared a similar manual, and they're very generous with their work product in their office, and it's top notch. And they shared that with us so that we could use it as a starting point for our own. We have a motto, attorneys, we don't recreate the wheel, and this is an example of that. It does include, so this is just a brief overview of what the manual is. There is a draft of the entire manual in your packet that is something like 30 pages. So this is just intended to give you a brief overview of what the provisions are. So the mission and mission statement that we have written for our office is to provide professional, accurate, effective, and efficient legal advice to the city of Englewood, acting through its various people, which according to ethics rules are called client constituents. Of course, we are required to comply with our Colorado Rules of Professional Conduct, which are the attorney's ethics rules, and the city's ethics manual, ethics code that is in our municipal code that was adopted by City Council. So obviously we have lots of functions, and I describe them to you all the time, including in my annual report that I provide to you during the fall, during our annual reviews. But this lists out exactly by code and charter what the city attorney's office does. So quite a few different functions there. The client, when you're a city attorney, can be somewhat hard to grasp because the city is our client. Not any single council member, not the city council, not any employee, not any director, but it's the city. And so we, as the city attorney's office, have to use our independent judgment to act solely within the city's best interest, but while still respecting the guidance and policy decisions of city council. And these are some quotes from attorneys' ethics rules. We have to advise the city on legal rights, obligations, and practical effect, and we may consider moral, economic, social, and political factors in providing legal advice. We also must advocate for the city and zealously assert the city's position, which this is especially easy to do for us in litigation, given the direction that we've received from City Council, that we protect the city and that we protect the citizens' finances that fund the city. We do have duties to client constituents, which are city council members, directors, other staff. We must provide our best independent legal advice. And if you choose not to follow our advice, then we have no further duty unless it violates the law or will subject the city to probable civil liability. However, if constituent representatives persist in moving forward with conduct known to be a violation of law, then we have to inform a higher level of authority. So let's say if a lower employee does something that we think will violate the law, then we have an obligation to inform the city manager or city council. But if, in our opinion, the city's best interests are adverse to the constituent representative, we may reveal communications to appropriate city officials. And this is if people talk to us and we attempt to maintain confidentiality. However, it's not subject to an attorney-client privilege. So when people tell us things in the course of our representation, we keep it confidential unless we can't, or unless it helps the city to disclose certain communications. And that's within the city. Outside of the city, it's attorney-client privilege. So ethical screens. So occasionally, one attorney in our office may provide legal advice while another attorney prosecutes a matter. So for example, when a hearing officer, advisor, and a prosecutor, we have, for example, administrative hearings that go to a hearing officer. Generally, I would advise the hearing officer on things like this is what our code says, this is what our law provides. But another attorney in our office, generally Assistant City Attorney Sergio Renteria, is the prosecutor. And so in that case, we have to keep our files very separate because we are providing two different roles and could be somewhat adverse to each other. It requires separation of files, no discussions, separate preparations for the hearing. Also for the use of outside counsel, we do use outside counsel sparingly, also at the specific direction of city council, and that's to save city funds. We consider city money to be citizen money, and that it's not our money to spend freely, that we have an obligation, we take that obligation very seriously to really save as much city money as possible. So we use outside counsel sparingly, only for conflicts, specialized expertise, and then if our workload is so outrageous that it would be malpractice if we didn't bring another attorney in, then we use outside counsel as well. So to give you an example, we recently hired an environmental attorney to evaluate some environmental testing on a city property. That's a highly specialized area of law that must know Clean Water Act and other environmental laws. So that would be a time when we would use an attorney with specialized expertise. We did create some outside counsel policies and criteria and guidelines to make sure that those outside counsel invoices are kept in check. If anyone has ever hired a private attorney, sometimes you get a bill and go, oh my goodness, what did they just charge me for? It's so much more than I anticipated. So to avoid that in the city attorney's office, we've created policies and guidelines and budgeting requirements and reporting requirements, and those are attached at the very back of the manual. It's fairly extensive. I jumped the gun a little bit on confidentiality, but only the client can waive attorney-client privilege, and only the highest level authority over the matter may waive privilege. So often when I send city council information that says attorney-client privilege, a majority of city council could waive that privilege, but I certainly can't, and a single city council member can't either, because only city council can act by a majority vote. Disclosure of confidential information can have serious legal and financial consequences to the city, especially when it applies to employment matters, for example, that we're required to keep confidential. So that I kind of jumped through the bulk of the manual to reach this point, because the bulk of the manual really describes the attorney ethics rules and then how we will implement them in our office, so that we have a quick guide we can refer to when, for example, we need an ethical screen. We've already created a procedure. So the remainder of the manual are policies and procedures that we have developed. And these are the ones that I anticipate city council may be more interested in weighing in, because these are the ones that are discretionary. So as far as settlements, the policy of the city of Englewood, as directed by city council, is to safeguard public funds by assertively defending against frivolous claims, but swiftly resolving claims that have merit, and then carefully analyzing costs and benefits of a proposed claims resolution where liability is uncertain. And this goes back to, we are try to be very good stewards of public money. In 2022, City Council adopted Resolution Number 21, authorizing me to settle claims up to $10,000, which is authorized by charter. So anything over $10,000 we bring to City Council for approval. What we've had some discussion internally is, what about severance? What about a severance agreement? Is this a settlement that falls under this? Because the city manager has authority administratively over all employees and has determines budget expenditures regarding employees, as long as it has been budgeted by city council. So we had some discussion about, well, how do we handle it? Is severance the city manager's province, or is it the city attorney's under this $10,000 settlement limit? So Sean and I spent quite a bit of time, city manager Sean Lewis, spent quite a bit of time discussing it. And so we think a good policy is that if a current employee has made a specific identifiable claim against the city, and we are going to settle that claim by offering severance, then we will follow the general severance policy. But if there's not a specific claim to be settled, then any offer of severance would fall under the city manager's administrative responsibilities. For example, if there's a reorg, and somebody's position has been eliminated for a myriad of reasons, the city may wish to offer a small amount of severance to give them time to find another position, and to maintain good morale among employees, and to be known as the good employer that we strive to be. In that case, my office's role would be limited to advising regarding potential liability and drafting a written agreement, because we never give money to anybody unless we have it in writing. Other internal policies, responsiveness. My office has a policy that we respond to email within 1 business day or by the end of the next business day. I'm sure, like the rest of you, I get frustrated when I'm not sure if somebody got my email and didn't respond. So we strive to always at least acknowledge receipt and let someone know when we can get back to them. We complete our legal requests in 30 days. Is our goal, not always achievable with some of our workloads lately. And then we always strive to improve productivity, efficiency, and quality. So if we're not the department that says this is the way we've always done it. We're always striving to be the department that is open to suggestions for improvement. We also assume directors have working knowledge of all laws applicable to their department functions. But we always, of course, provide legal updates and recommendations, and we analyze legal issues upon request. Or if we self-identify a potential legal issue, then we give advice on that. But this is that mutual understanding. We assume directors know, for example, utilities knows what Clean Water Act requires for their department, that they don't expect us to advise them on day-to-day legal application. We also request that legal requests are made through our new software, Legal Files. I say new, I think we've had it for about a year now, and not in email, Teams, or text. That if you need legal work, legal assistance, complete Legal Files. Otherwise, communication is for email, Teams, or text. I say that as city council. You contact me however you want, and I will respond. And so, but what you don't see on the back end is when city council sends me a request for legal work, then I input into Legal Files for you. That way we have a record of what we did. Legislation for city council meetings must be requested 4 weeks in advance unless an emergency. This is a longstanding policy of the city attorney's office and predated me. It's easier said than done because we do try to be helpful whenever we can, but we say that policy over and over. If anyone asks me, I say that's what it is, but we're also a team player. The city attorney's office cannot provide legal advice in response to citizen emails. We receive contact, whether email or phone call, where people want me to give them legal advice because I am the attorney for the city, and they're under the mistaken belief in everybody that lives here. So they will call me for legal advice, and we can't do it because my client is the city, so only the city can receive legal advice. So in our manual, we have a sample email in response to citizens that email us and request legal advice. The scope and timing of council agenda materials, our approval does not verify factual accuracy outside of the matters, outside of city attorney's scope, and that we must have at least 24 hours to approve council agenda items. Sometimes, as you know, we get the agenda out at 5 p.m. on Thursdays, and sometimes at 4 p.m. on Thursdays, we are all running around. That's one of those, we say 24 hours, but if there's any way we can review it and approve it, we do. And then the last one is legal requests should be made only by those authorized to do so, including directors, council, deputy directors, etc. This has never really been an issue in this city, but I've had it happen to me before where someone was not authorized to make a legal request, and we had some legislation in front of city council when the director said, "Whoa, what are we doing here?" So that's in direct response to a prior experience of mine, so that everyone knows if you're not authorized to make a legal request, please don't do so. So now I'm hoping that you can provide some feedback if you see anything of concern. No feedback is required. If it all looks great to you, that's great with me. But if you see anything that you think we should reconsider, or anything we may be missing, I would really appreciate your feedback.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Any comments? Member Russell?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. One of the questions that I have for you, what really precipitated this? I mean, in talking with you since you've been here, I mean, you already knew all of these things, right? And so was there a reason that you decided to put it together and in writing now?
Not now specifically. Colorado Springs had presented on their manual a year ago, or a year and a half now, I think, at a seminar we attended. And we just thought it was a good idea just to have that in writing. And one of the mottos I say in my office repeatedly is, we want to make Englewood better for the people that come after us. And if we already have all of this in writing, and everyone at the city knows what we can and can't do, it means we're all on the same page and we can be an efficient machine. So
Okay.
it's not in response to any, nothing has happened to precipitate this.
Okay, thank you. And then you actually, you gave the example if there's a reorganization or something that the city manager has the ability under severance. Well, if there's a reorganization, I mean, shouldn't that come to city council for direction? I mean, if we're reorganizing departments, or, I mean, this isn't designed to bypass city council.
No, not at all. So this isn't, I meant an internal staffing reorganization from an existing department or division. So it's not eliminating a department or adding a department. But often we realize that maybe we don't need a full-time employee for a role that we previously had. And so if we can take a job that ended up being part-time, not full-time, and then add it to existing employees, it could be a reorganization of duties, and it could leave an employee with needing to find different employment. So it's strictly internal, and I think it would fall solely within the city manager's discretion as to how to staff the different departments that city council created.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then this one really stuck out to me because you used the example, if a city council member puts in a request for legal work, do we need consensus on city council, or can individual city council members ask you for a legal request?
Well, by municipal code, any city council member can request a legal opinion, and I will provide it. Usually that comes in the form of a written memo that I then give to all of city council. So the legal request wouldn't be just for the benefit of one person. If one person gets it, we give it to everybody because we want everyone to have that same information. Other requests, we do occasionally receive requests for legislation that a city council member wants to bring forward and sponsor. And again, we will draft it upon request, but then that city council member needs to make sure it gets on the agenda and bring it forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation.
Member Wright?
Thank you. Thank you for the information. I guess to bounce off Member Russell's question, if another member is asking for information, or what's the best way to ask this? If they've asked for information on something, I don't know, topic A, in order for all members to have that information, do you answer all members or just the member that asked?
I would say it depends. It's a standard legal response. Generally, if it's generally, we strive to make sure all council members have the same information. Occasionally, I will respond to one council member and then ask, would you like for me to provide this to all council members? Something like that. All of the city tries to put information in council requests so that everybody has it and the public has it. I think the information I provide can be different because it's attorney-client privilege, so it shouldn't be shared absent approval of a majority of city council. Generally, if it's a small issue, it's something I can just answer. I will do that. But if it's something that I think all of City Council needs to know, I try to put it either in my monthly legal report that I give to all of City Council, or put it on my one-on-one list. However, Councilmember Russell had brought up questioning one-on-ones, given all council members don't receive all information at the same time. So what I've started doing is reducing, if not eliminating, the information that I give during one-on-ones, but instead solicit legal requests or information from city council members. So I'm trying to reverse the flow so that it comes to me on those one-on-ones, so that if a city council member has a legal request or a legislation request, I'm trying to transition to that in one-on-ones. But I can think of one issue in particular recently that I was communicating back and forth with the council member, and I'm turning this specific issue into a memo for city council that you should receive in the next week or two, just to make sure everyone has that same information, as you point out.
Okay, so is all confidential information sent to all of council at the same time? Because I know you have your monthly report. What about any other information that may be confidential? Do you send it to all council at the same time?
Again, it depends, because on this example I just referenced, I was communicating back and forth with the city council member, and now I'm turning it into a formal memo. That was a series of emails back and forth to make sure council gets that information. So it won't be at the same time, but I want to make sure you do receive that same information.
Okay, and then I just want to highlight one sentence in here that you have, and I think it's fabulous. It says, in the context of a municipal attorney, the attorney is generally only has one client, the municipality itself. I think that is a fantastic line in there, so thank you.
Thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick point of clarification. When you speak to not reviewing attachments, et cetera, to our agendas, do you mean that you don't regularly do that? But if a council member like really, was questioning something that was attached to our agenda and we reached out to you, you would do a review for us? That's not a blatant across the board, like
No,
never
absolutely. And we review all the contracts, for example, and most likely we drafted the contract. And by we, it's my office, Assistant City Attorney Sergio Renteria does all the contracts. So, but when, for example, somebody then creates a PowerPoint out of the agenda material, I'm not reviewing the PowerPoint, comparing it to the agenda material to make sure it's factually accurate. So it's more a clarification of the scope of our review. Anything that has legal impact, such as a legal document attached, yes, we very much have reviewed that already.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments from members of council? I don't see any. City Attorney Niles, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention, and yeah, nice work on just copying some of the work that's already been done by Colorado Springs, so thank you so much. All right, everyone, we're gonna take about 7-minute break. We'll come back at the top of the hour and we will kick off the city council meeting at that point. Thank you, everyone. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, everyone, I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Present?
Member Newnenkamp,
Present?
Member Prang,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Ward,
Present.
Member Wright,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5, consideration of minutes from the previous session. Any changes to the minutes from the regular city council meeting from April 15th? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
There are a bunch of changes.
Yes, there is.
On pages 9 through 12, Steve Ward could not have voted because he was absent, and almost every vote had him included on that. And then also, so that's on pages 9 through 12. Each vote, I circled them all. Actually, wait a second, it goes from, did I say 9? Yeah, pages
Yeah.
9 through 12.
Yes.
And then, also, on page 12, I do not believe the final vote was recorded. The last vote was approval of amendments to the council policy manuals, and it went down 3-3. There should have been one more vote to complete the vote on it. So those all need to be changed.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. City Clerk, were we able to make those changes? Did you capture it all?
I did capture them, thank you.
Perfect. Any other changes? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Yes, the motion to remove grant writing, I did not vote for it, I voted against it. And then, the next one, motion to remove, the community-wide, emissions. I'm sorry, that one's correct for me. But I believe it was, sorry, I take that back. And that was it, because everything else, Member Russell did, covered also.
Thank you very much, Member Wright. Yeah, I'm seeing Member Ward on some of these, so. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. We'll go ahead and make the changes. So can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the regular city council meeting with the amendments that have been specified by Member Russell and Member Wright?
I move to approve the minutes as amended.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright, Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the catch, Member Russell and Member Wright. Moving on to the minutes from the special city council meeting from April 22nd. Any changes to that, to those minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the 22nd?
I move to approve the minutes of,
I'm sorry, can, I just caught something. On here, it has Kevin Wright voted for, not Kim Wright. I'm sorry, I'm married to Kevin, but I've not changed my name to him. I just got it. So,
I do see it,
Can
yeah.
we please change that?
Let's make that change.
Do you want
Thank
to
you,
change
Member Wright.
places there, babe?
Perfect, thank you for that, Member Wright. We'll make that change. So can I get approval for the minutes with the amendment as stated by Member Wright?
I move to approve the April 22nd minutes as amended.
Thank you, Member Russell. Can I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nenenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 7, since we have no appointments, communications, proclamations, or recognition tonight. This is recognition of scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation would be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue. And please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Member Prang, are you giving a response tonight? I believe so, because Member Noonan kept last time around. Okay, perfect. And we have 4 speakers for scheduled public comment. First up is Kathleen Bailey, an Englewood resident, here to address council regarding the need for an actual 25-year rain event capacity infrastructure in the upper half of the South Englewood Basin. Good evening, Ms. Bailey.
Microphone.
Kathleen Bailey, Jason, and Union. Good evening, fellow Englewood residents. Last meeting, I presented Mile High Flood District rain gauge data that showed the 6/22/23 rain event was actually only a 10-year rain event. Subsequently, CM Lewis and Director Rochelle provided me with a 6/22/23 radar map that they claim proved that the event was a 25 to 50-year rain event. On the screen for comparison purposes is a screenshot capturing 2 images from my iPhone album. At the top is the radar map from the actual deadly, devastating 60-minute 7/24/18 major drain event, major 25 to 50-year rain event. And below that is the radar map from the 30-minute 6/22/23 10-year rain event that CM Lewis and Victor Rochelle declared was also a major 25 to 50-year rain event. Above the 6/22/23 map, 2 values are broken out that are identified as relevant to the Englewood area, 0.92 to 0.96. Those 2 values, 0.092 and 0.96, and the pink 102 value, and the 2 values in yellow, 0.92 and 0.81, are solidly within the 10-year rain event range of a 30-minute event. The yellow value of 0.71 falls within the 5-year rain event. In fact, with only one exception, every value on the face of the map and within the rain event rain depth color key identifies a 10-year rain event or lower. The one exception on the face of the map and at the top of the color-coded rain depth key is 1.22. 1.22 falls between the average 30-minute value for a 10-year rain event, which is 1.07, and the average 30-minute value of a 25-year rain event, which is 1.35. The range of a 30-minute 10-year rain event is 0.832 to 1.37. That 1.22 value falls comfortably within the 30-minute 10-year rain event range. However, the range of a 30-minute 25-year rain event is 1.02 to 1.80. So that 1.22 value also falls within the low range of a 30-minute 25-year rain event. Based on that fact, at best, the city could claim that the city was hit with a 10 to 25-year 30-minute rain event on 6/22/23. but that still blows the cover on the city's outrageous claim that ancillary pipe modifications and additions can increase the capacity of a two-year rain event capacity main trunk line pipe system, as was reaffirmed by the latest 2022 Mile Flood District Dewberry report. And why do I care? Because on 7/24/18, an actual 25 to 50-year rain event hit the city and overwhelmed the two-year rain event capacity system, resulting in significant surface accumulating and draining down across the entire area from South Clarkson to Broadway, ultimately massing into a deadly, raging, life-threatening flash flood that fatally trapped a terrified young woman, threatened lives of multiple others, and inflicted traumatic devastation on residents' properties. After the tragedy of the 25-year rain event, the design criteria direction given to the staff by City Council was to design the improvements of South Englewood Basin. And initially, the council adopted the $7.6 million Calibre plan that upsized the entire upstream half-main trunk line pipe from Clarkson to Cherokee to 25-year rain event capacity. Then in 2019, Sean Lewis walks in and has absolutely no intention to spend that money on what he considers irrelevant people in an irrelevant area, and promotes instead the equivalent of a bait and switch. And in 2020, council drops the $7.6 million Calibre plan and adopts the $2.2 million Altig plan that leaves the inadequate two-year rain event capacity main trunk line pipes in place and just adds ancillary pipe modifications and additions to the Tacoma Broadway area, and declares it increased the rain event capacity to 25-year rain event capacity protection for the families in the upstream half. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey, for coming tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight, Ms. Bailey. Up next is Gary Kozacek, here to address council regarding Judge Jefferson and council priorities.
Good evening, council. You may not understand completely because I'm going into throat surgery in 2 days. I'm going to start off with, you always want us, Gary Kozacek, Oxford and La Pan.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to start off at that point. My truck has been hit 5 times now. The last one, they tried to steal it twice. Okay, because somebody out here doesn't like me coming and talking to you guys, so they're trying to give back at me. Well, good luck. We got a great picture. As far as the judge, some of you guys got recalled and you hated it. And yet you went even out of your way and reimbursed one of the members $3,000 or somewhere around that figure. And what are you doing to the judge? You're trying to force him out. I ain't going to give him a pay raise. Well, yeah, you approved his budget, but somebody wants something that is bothering him and doesn't want to give him what's rightfully his. Think about that. Now, as far as the circle drives, I went ahead and went forward and called CDOT. Santa Fe Drive, Oxford is one of the major problems, Oxford and Santa Fe Drive, to the point where they're going to rewrite and completely revise all that, because we've been asking about traffic studies. Well, I've gone above it now, because you guys keep saying, well, you have a developer go ahead and give them their opinion. Well, yeah, they can hire anybody and pay them to say anything they want. The traffic is extremely bad there. Going back to the Circle Drive, because I went to CDOT. CDOT said if there's a Circle Drive on a bicycle lane, absolutely no way. You're asking for death, because it's one of the most unsafe things going on. Okay, they directed me to Arapahoe County because they say they can't tell Englewood what to do. They can only deal with whatever Englewood does, and then they'll adjust it on the outside, if it means shutting it off the road or not. Arapahoe County, I said, what about the Circle Drive on Logan and Dartmouth? My God, it's truck routes. And the word never came out. Put a Circle Drive where there's bike lanes, because the vision's not there. And people riding a bike do not respect cars, let alone cars respecting bikes. There's a little problem with that. Think about it before you take that next step. You've heard me. I've gone to CDOT and I've also gone to Arapahoe County. Now, I'm holding a badge here. 840 of media. That gives me the right, or anybody on my staff, the right to ask for a quorum request. We put in a quorum request for the April 8th meeting. Because how it was handled, and there's a question on whether you even had a valid number of people there to actually have a quorum. And then obviously the communication was poor, and the request was, what was the communication between a council member that was not present and the mayor directing his votes and stuff? That is illegal. And you can go all you want. I've now talked to the state as well as the county, and they're now going to be looking into that. Okay? The last thing I'm going to close on is that I had a conversation with a former city council member that says, oh, they hate Mr. Kozacek getting up in front of them. And they want to try to change the regulations and change the procedures to reduce somebody like me coming in front of you. Well, you know, I represent a whole lot of people. And I'm coming forward because I'm not afraid to stand up here and talk to you because I've sat in your seat. This opportunity is to let the citizens who have the eyes and ears out there come and talk to you. The problem is, yeah, you're listening, but how many responded to me? The city manager responded to you that the SAM's operation was big enough that it should have had a traffic study. That's part of their policy, but you all agreed that the developer could put in their own figures. They didn't put in the true figures of the dangers. My last request, because I'm running out of time, is would you please consider a flashing crossing light at the Englewood Rec Center? You've seen the traffic and stuff there. Have a push button operated so that people could cross it without getting run over. And lastly, I want to tell you, I've been in your seat and I know the problems you go through and how you get upset with things. But give us a response when people respond to you. Have some way of expressing it back to us so we know you're listening, and not just when I walk out of here, you make some comment about me or somebody else that got up here and spoke. God bless you all, and let's hope the streets are safe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kozacek, for your time tonight. Any questions? Member Russell.
Mr. Kozacek, I do have a question. Did you say that you spoke with CDOT and that they are going to reconsider Oxford intersection and the
Yeah.
Dartmouth intersection on Santa Fe?
They did a major study, and they've gone all the way down, and Mineral was the worst, and Oxford Avenue was one of the top 3, and that they are reevaluating the whole process, and there is going to be some major changes to deal with the problems that they have there, and Oxford's one of them.
Okay.
On the top priority. Oh, along with that, there was an agreement back in my day with Dartmouth on the asphalt in the Dartmouth Bridge. If somebody ever hit that bridge, that's up to the State Department. The State Highway Department has to cover those expenses because that was our agreement, and I was on City Council when we made that agreement. That it doesn't come back to the city to do the asphalt and any repairs on that bridge. That's the state, and they agreed to it when we agreed to the Santa Fe corridor.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Member Wright.
Thank you. Mr. Kozacek, CDOT, you said major for Mineral and Oxford as far as traffic, accidents, or did they not elaborate?
They said it was a major study to the safety and flow and everything, and that there is some real big problems, and they're going to revamp a major part of it, starting at Mineral and coming up through Oxford, and there's another one down the way because of the accidents and the amount of traffic flow coming in and out. There's too much queuing. When the light at Windermere turns on, there's too much queuing and the traffic gets stopped out in the middle of the intersection, and we've had some fatalities down there.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Member Pring.
Thank you, Mr. Kozacek. Just a point of clarification, you said circle drives a couple of times. Are you meaning roundabouts?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I use the terminology circle drives.
Okay.
Because I was talking to CDOT, and that's how they express
refer to it.
Yeah, but
Okay.
that's your roundabouts.
I just
You
wanted to make
cannot
sure I
visually
understood what
see
you were
it.
talking about.
And even though this one right over here is large.
Thank you, Mr. Kozacek. I think you answered the question
Okay.
for the
All right.
roundabouts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Mr. Kozak. I don't
Anybody
see any further questions. Thank you very much for your time
Thank
tonight.
you. God bless you.
Up next is Regan Benson here to address council. Good evening, Ms. Benson. If you could just give your name and your address or cross streets.
I didn't give you my last name. Good evening. My name is Regan. I currently have indoor shelter in the city and county of Denver. I spend a great deal of time in many locations. The following are all the major cross streets you should be able to identify: Hampton and Santa Fe, Dartmouth and Santa Fe, Broadway and Hampton, Santa Fe and Evans, Alameda and I-25, Colfax and Bannock, 22nd and Stout. All of that and those locations are subject to change, as there are no certainties in life and the guarantee of indoor shelter. For the record, I'd like to comment on the entertainment value the city attorney's office has offered up in the colossal waste of time and effort to continue attempts to shut down public comment here at your regular city council meetings. It's been both infuriating and comical, and yet here you are again tonight with more of the comedy narrowed down to only select people being able to speak every 90 days. Right back to we the Englewood versus we the people. It's funny. It really is. You align rightfully with the city of Sheridan. I thought Englewood was better than that. Clearly you are not. Additionally, for the record, I know the majority of you, with special emphasis coming from the city attorney's office, are cheering on the corruption in the police department. How exciting to know that multiple departments are now involved, to include the clerk's office, in blatant law violations for illegal responses to public records requests that nobody, ironically, wants to sign their name to. Thank you for releasing those simple records you thought you could withhold for 5 weeks based on a statute with some imaginary language in it that somehow became law for an unnamed individual with a law degree out of a Cracker Jack box, of whom ultimately sent the requested info to me this past Friday from the clerk's office with no signature 5 weeks after I was told the records would not be released, citing substantial injury to the public. Well, that was a big old screw up. I know many of you think that you're dealing with a very stupid person, but I'm not. In fact, I'm just slightly stupid enough to present you all, Sean Lewis, Tamara Niles, and Sam Watson, with your second copy of an evidence demand preservation letter tonight on the record that you all failed to acknowledge receipt of when I sent them to you back on March 22nd via email. Even Denver's city attorney and chief of police are smart enough to acknowledge receipt the first time, not Englewood. So this time they're being served to you on the record, and in addition, I am now serving one to the city clerk, Stephanie Carlisle. No worries, it's no big deal. I'm just asking that you not destroy evidence in upcoming criminal proceedings you've all been a part in orchestrating against me, as well as potential litigation in your deceptive and unlawful practices in retaliation for speech. Also, for the record, all of you city council members have been provided with a copy of an extremely troubling records request. Make sure to look at it front and back. It turns out that your April 8th study session, the mayor was conducting his own meeting with member Prang via text. I wasn't provided with all the timestamps to the texts, nor do I believe all the texts were provided to me. Nonetheless, apparently here in Englewood, as an elected official, you can hold your own private meeting during a public meeting that you're voting in. Well, isn't that interesting? As you work to shut down public comment. Also, for the record, if anyone is interested, it turns out the Attorney Regulation Council has chosen not to seek an injunction against my nonprofit work of assisting the homeless community in clearing criminal cases and outstanding warrants in the interest of justice. Thank you again, City Attorney, for allowing your outstanding police department to collaborate in those efforts against me for the last year and a half. So very appreciated. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful learning experience as to why the Supreme Court would not likely respond favorably to chilling my protected speech. But at any rate, you do you, boo. I'll be out here saving people's lives that the government's deemed worthless.
Thank you, Ms. Benson, for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? See none. Thank you for your time tonight, Ms. Benson. Up next is Ida Mae Nickel, an Englewood resident here to address council regarding the military memorial at Englewood High School.
Would it be possible that if I could give this and they could just take it?
Sure. If you could just hand it to the city clerk, Ms. Nickel. We'll make sure to pass it down. Good evening, Ms. Nickel. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Ida Mae Nickel, and I live at 4740 South Lepin Street.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our small city of Englewood has many unique businesses and organizations, along with our beautiful Swedish Medical Center and Craig Rehabilitation Hospital. Both are noted worldwide. What many of you citizens may not know, that we take great pride in our Englewood High School Historic Military Memorial. One of the only military memorials noted at a school as far as we could find. We are one of the only high schools that has a memorial at a high school. That makes our military memorial very special and very unique. We express our gratitude and thanks to Kay Howard, who grew up in Englewood in the class of 1959 graduation. Kay is the founder of the Englewood Military Memorial. We take great pride in our city's 3-ton Colorado rose granite stone embedded with bronze and military emblems representing each branch of the United States military. Accompanying the monument is a display of pavers honoring our veterans who have stood out for us. Kay Howard has worked for years to honor our veterans, and she is the one that worked tirelessly bringing forth the military memorial to the Englewood High School in 2014. I have a mistake on there, I have 15, but it's 14. And she continues on bringing medals and ribbons to the many veterans that she can find out in the field or homeless. The Englewood Military Memorial is one of our city's beautiful legacies. We understand that the world we leave behind us is the world our children and grandchildren inherit. Through legacy, we encompass past and future, old and young, and the society we create becomes a partnership. A community must remember its history to build its future for the betterment of all of us and for future generations to come. Our historic Englewood is called to keep our rich history alive, and for our teachers and parents to teach our young students that patriotism is to be respected, loved, and honored. Our Englewood High School was awarded the Proud to be an American Award. Our high school got that award. And Kay has been given numerous awards over the years for the things that she has done for our military and our veterans. This event has been described by people in our community in the past as one of the best events presented in the city of Englewood. This celebration honors our veterans and makes sure that they will never be forgotten. Thank you, Kay Howard, for all your years of work, love, and dedication for honoring our veterans. We're going to celebrate the nation's birthday on Saturday, July 6th at 1 o'clock. There is no cost. Location in the Englewood High School is at 3800 South Logan Street. It is hosted by radio personality Rick Cranendahl, Music will be by the Joe Peterson Orchestra and sponsored by the Arapahoe Saturma Club. We will have a speaker and a gentleman with a wonderful story to tell. We will pass the hat, and folks will be able to get in free. We are hoping to raise some funding to offset our cause. It is very costly, but we hope to see all of you at our military memorial on July 6th. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nichol, for coming and speaking tonight. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Hi, Miss Nichol. Have you gone to the Englewood, the school board, and advertised this to them also?
No, but we plan to do that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nichol, just one question for me. So are the only memorial event that you're holding is going to be on July 6th, is that correct?
Sorry, what?
Is the memorial event being held on July 6th?
Yes.
What time on the 6th?
It's at 1 o'clock p.m.
At the high school.
at the Englewood High School.
And just for my clarification, there's nothing being held during Memorial Day weekend, correct?
No,
Okay.
no.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nichol. Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Nichol, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
That concludes scheduled public comments. We're gonna move straight to unscheduled public comments. Same rules apply, but you're limited to 3 minutes. We have about 10 or so speakers here tonight. So starting off first is Tim Nichols, here to talk about Title 16. Good evening, Mr. Nichols. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Tim Nichols. I'm in Pennsylvania in Hamden. Mayor Sierra, members of council, thank you for hearing me tonight. I try not to come without something really specific as far as policy recommendations, and I apologize, I'm going to break that habit tonight. I'm going to make a more general request. When I was a kid, my mom cut my hair, cut all of our hair. We didn't have a lot of money, so she found a pair of clippers at a thrift store, and we all got the same haircut, and it was not a great look. When I hit middle school, she realized it was not doing me any favors, and she found a lady in the neighborhood that could cut hair and wasn't presently working, had kids and other things that she was doing, but she'd have me down to her house and cut my hair in her kitchen, which was a great favor to me because she actually knew what she was doing, and she made a little money on the side. My friend Eric, who lives up north in Denver, is a computer programmer, but started a side business making knives out of his garage. I was going to bring one of his pieces to show you tonight. It's got a beautiful handle on it that he made for me out of a beautiful Indonesian batik fabric layered with some resin. And then I realized I have to walk through a metal detector to get in here. So I hope you'll trust me. It's a nice piece. Both of these people could not do what they did in Englewood today legally. As you consider revisions to Title 16 and the accessory uses that a dwelling can be put to, there's a bunch of things along with this, anything that involves nails, anything that involves hair, selling knives as well as making them, so no pampered chef parties in Englewood apparently. I don't know what these were intended to do, but their actual effect at this point is to disadvantage people who have opportunities and things that they're good at that involve working with their hands. If they all had laptop jobs, that's fine, but for things that involve making and doing things in the physical world, we have some provisions on the books that disadvantage people who do that kind of work. And man, it's a gig economy. A lot of us are doing stuff on the side to make it. Property rent and mortgages are not cheap these days. So I want to ask you to consider that as you go into that revision, and where it's possible to open things up and allow people to do various side work that they're good at with their hands and operate out of their homes and not have to have a commercial installation somewhere, which makes a very high barrier to entry. if you would take that on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols, for your time tonight. Member Wright, you have a question.
Hi, Mr. Nichols. So if I understood you correctly, are you asking us to allow businesses out of ADUs or allow businesses out of homes?
I'm just talking about the
Home-based businesses?
yes. There's some home-based businesses are presently permitted, others are not, and I'm asking you to consider
Just
looking
opening
at
it
that
up.
list and seeing what could be taken off of the
Okay,
prohibited list.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, Mr. Nichols, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Chris Lambert, here to speak about exclusionary services.
Good evening, Council. My name is Chris Lambert. I live at Cherokee and Lehigh. I am here tonight as an Englewood homeowner with a medium-priced home of about $550,000. I do about 90% of my shopping in the businesses in Englewood, and I do almost no online shopping. This means I'm an ideal Englewood taxpayer. I'm here specifically to talk about how we are currently accounting for a few of our exclusionary public services. For tonight's purposes, I'm defining exclusionary as anything that we must pay an additional fee to use that are above and beyond the taxes that we already pay and the grants that we are provided with. In the 2021 Statement of Activities that I've provided for you, you will notice that some of these exclusionary services are listed as business type activities. We account for water, sewer, golf, storm, and concrete as business type activities because we charge for these regardless of the taxes that we've already been paid. Under program activities, there are things that, like public safety, public works, and the general government, things that we all use regardless of our personal tax burdens without any additional cost. However, in this section, there is one exception to those listings that falls under culture and recreation. This is currently accounting for public services that cost us nothing to use or enjoy, things like our parks, our library, the various art installations that are scattered about Englewood, all of which are provided to us, the Englewood citizens, free regardless of the amount of tax a person actually pays. However, it does also include some exclusionary services as well. Places like the Malley Center, Pirates Cove, Englewood, the Englewood Rec Center, and the train and farm station at Bellevue. My purpose tonight is to ask that these be accounted for as business-type activities like all of the other pay-for-play departments that are in our government, for three main reasons. This would provide more transparency for us, the Englewood taxpayer. This would also hold our departmental staff to a higher level of accountability in the operation of these assets. And three, this would allow these entities to look for revenue-based bonds as opposed to lumping these into our general obligation bonds that hit the Englewood homeowners almost exclusively. To give you a couple specific things I would like to see, is I'd like to see before this election cycle continues for all of these centers to post both revenue and expenses on our website, in the portal, and also like you guys to consider in your next strategic plan to get these reaccounted for as business type activities. Thank you.
Mr. Lambert, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Lambert, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is Chris Hoagland, here to speak about the United Sovereign America.
Good evening. My name is Chris Hoagland. I live at 3041 South Franklin Street. I have been a resident in Englewood for over 30 years and a citizen of the state of Colorado for nearly 50. I'm a volunteer with United Sovereign Americans, not a spokesperson. United Sovereign Americans is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Today, I come to you as a concerned citizen sharing alarming information about our state's voter database, uncovered through thousands of hours of research conducted by our highly qualified and credentialed data team. While the numbers are staggering and somewhat difficult to comprehend, one thing is clear: they don't add up. Just like your checkbook must balance, so must our votes. If you had 10,000 fewer dollars in your bank account than you had deposited, you would certainly want to know what happened. And if a company had that significant a discrepancy in its books, the company would most certainly conduct an audit. In fact, yearly audits are required by law for all public companies. Our audit of the 2022 election using only official data provided by state election officials shows that the 2022 election may not have been accurate or legally compliant. We're not saying that one candidate won over another or that any election should be overturned. The state's official data from a certified election shows that the votes as counted were not all valid and accurate under the law. Tonight we will present you with a resolution demanding an end to the inaccuracy and uncertainty plaguing our elections, along with the summary of our findings and the laws that apply. We are happy to meet with you to go over this information, including more detail about the specific findings. If you have questions that I cannot answer now, I will commit to getting you the answer in writing from the United Sovereign Americans executive team as soon as possible. The data and our request for an investigation will be shared with state election officials and law enforcement. It's essential that you, as our representatives, make it clear that these issues must be taken seriously. Today we come to you, our closest elected representatives, for support and action. We're asking that you listen to the resolution, ask questions if you have them, and then vote promptly for its passage. Your action on this resolution will illustrate your dedication and support to the concerns of your constituencies in our country. Thank you. Our next several speakers will read the resolution in 3 parts, and our final speaker will conclude with the presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hoagland. Sorry, did I cut you off there?
Oh, yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoagland, for your time tonight. Any questions? Member Ward.
You mentioned, if I heard you correctly, over 100,000 inaccurate or incorrect votes cast?
Well, let me give you the statistics that is a part of our resolution. There were 1 million.
I just want, I have the resolution here, and as I understand it, your friends will get to that momentarily, so I don't want you to read it right now. My question for you is, what is the source of the data? You said official sources indicate this, and I know of no source in the state of Colorado, having spent over 10 years in the state elections division as an employee of the state elections division, that would acknowledge or accept 100,000 as a number of inaccurate votes cast.
Well, I think one of our subsequent speakers can answer that for you. I can't.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Hoagland, thank you for your time tonight.
No, thank you.
All right, up next is it Robert Downing? Did I get the first name right?
Good evening. My name is Robert Downey. I live at 3036 East Tinsdale Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to read the first part of this resolution. Whereas it is a recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have free and fair elections. In Reynolds versus Sims, 1964, he quotes, "And the right of suffrage can be denied by a debasement or dilution of the weight of a citizen's vote just as effectively as by wholly prohibiting the free exercise of the franchise. Whereas it is the duty of our election officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. In the city in 1888, in verses regarding Coy, he speaks, Congress seeks to guard the election of members of Congress against any possible unfairness by compelling everyone concerned in holding the election to a strict and scrupulous observance of every duty devolved upon him while so engaged. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following 4 tenets of an election are upheld. Number 1, the voter rolls must be accurate. That's in the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. Number 2, votes counted must be from eligible voters. That's in the U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. Number 3, the number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. And number 4, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system through the Help America Vote Act of 2002. Whereas an open source audit of the Colorado 2022 general election conducted by Colorado state citizens has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies that violate both federal and state laws, including 1,488,211 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the Colorado State voter roll database, 102,263 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrants, 34,912 more votes counted than voters who voted in the 2022 general election. No one knows who cast them. And 102,242 apparent voting violations in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for a valid federal election. Maximum allowable voting system errors for the 22 general election in Colorado was 21. And last but not least, certification as defined by law and attestation of accuracy and compliance appears to have been fraudulent and illegal. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Downing. Any questions? Member Ward has a question for you, Mr.
Same
Downing.
question. You read those statistics.
Came from the Secretary of State's voter registration database. It's the Secretary of State's data.
Are you claiming that the Secretary of State reported 100,938 votes cast by illegal or uncertain
I'm not saying she
registrants?
reported it, that's just in the database. We'll provide the data to you.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Downing. Oh, sorry, Mr. Downing, we have one more question for you.
Sorry, I have one more question.
Member Newnham, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to make sure I understood what you said correctly. So this is a citizen-conducted audit. So you took the data from the Secretary of State's database and conducted your own audit? Is that what I understand?
The data's from the Secretary of State's database, yes.
And
We'll provide you with the documentation for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Downing, thank you very much for your time. Ruth Pollock, same group, and good evening, Ms. Pollock. You could just state your name and your address across streets.
Ruth Pollock, I'm at Hampton and Chambers. Yes, sir. I'm going to continue where he took off. So whereas these findings trample legal accuracy requirements of the voting system during a federal election, accuracy is defined as the ability of the system to capture and report the specific selections and absence of selections made by a voter without error. Whereas the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be lawfully conducted. Certification of an election that varies from the law is an abridgment of the civil rights of the citizens, a fraud ab initio, per the United States versus Throckmorton in 1878. From time immemorial, an election to public office has been, in point of substance, no more and no less than the expression of qualified electors by their choice of candidates, per United States versus Classic, 1941. Whereas Colorado's 2022 general election appears to have been invalid, depriving us of the guaranteed protection of our national rights under a government duly and provably chosen by us, the American people, resulting in incalculable damage to our families, our way of life, and the fabric of these United States. Therefore, we call upon our representatives to provide relief to the people and the assurance of domestic tranquility by joining us in demanding a valid 2024 general election that upholds these existing laws and equitable principles of law. 1 of 11, proof of citizenship and identity to register and vote, not anonymous attestation. 2 of 11, documented chain of custody and on every ballot, regardless of entry source, maintained from voter to vote count to final canvass. 3 of 11, secure ballots similar to currency, where imaging technology is used for tabulation. The security features must be verifiable in the image. 4 of 11, voter rolls certified accurate 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to a qualified official at each polling place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pollock. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Up next is Scott Russell. Good evening, Mr. Russell. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening. I'm Scott Russell at 9362 Logien. Number 5 of 11. Systems, machines, security measures, procedures, and infrastructure, policy, and conduct are all required to be compliant with the law regarding certification, testing, operational validation, and operational implementation. Any breach will require an adequately strong audit to verify measured outcomes that were within 10% of the margin of victory at a 95% probability. 6 of 11 is a scientifically randomized audit of real ballots must be performed and meaningfully witnessed. proving the error rate is smaller than 10% of the margin of victory. Otherwise, a fully witnessed hand recount must be performed. All parties with more than 10% of the votes shall have full and effective observation rights. Number 7 of 11, election operations and systems must maintain an end-to-end chain of custody from vote to voter count to final canvass, including auditability and witness transfer with paper records. 8 of 11, adjudication must be signed off by party witnesses and candidate witnesses with full effective observation rights. Candidates must be allowed immediate access to ballots, images, CVRs. Candidates may agree to use party witnesses solely at their discretion. Number 9, end-to-end audits must be allowed by qualified, insured, and bonded security, forensics, or financial auditors. These shall not be personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, ballots, adjudication, CVRs, ballot count, voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic systems, including system logs, if applicable. The agreed parties must be allowed to select their own auditor. If the total of unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected, unless it can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount with full review of records. Number 11, the waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. Just obey the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight. And up next is Karen Talentine.
Hello, Karen Talentire, Windermere in Bellevue.
Thank you.
So my name is Karen Talentire. I live in Arapahoe County, and I've been a resident of Colorado for almost 30 years. I am also a volunteer and not an official spokesperson with United Sovereign Americans. You've just heard a powerfully written resolution outlining massive inaccuracies in our 2022 election, from registration through certification. In it, you heard us ask for meaningful remedies that will proactively protect the validity of the 2024 general election for all Americans. In fact, the resolution cited many U.S. Supreme Court precedents that support the need for such actions. Laws are being ignored. Bottom line, the checkbook is not balancing, and we need certainty. The voting system, which controls our most vitally important right, the right to choose our representatives, is not producing an accurate, trustworthy result. Do you think these anomalies within our election system, a system which is part of our national security infrastructure, should continue to be ignored? How much is it costing us not to fix the problem? How much is it costing our GDP, our military, our foreign policy, our health, the self-esteem of our children and young people? And how much is it costing our dignity to keep fighting each other? The cost is immeasurable, so I urge you to show your agreement by passing the resolution. Our website showcasing our initiatives nationwide has some extremely informative videos that explain the anomalies and apparent violations of law that are found here in Colorado, as well as in other states. The website is uniteforfreedom.com. That's unite4freedom.com. I encourage you to check it out and learn more about our organization. One more time, that's unite4freedom.com. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Talentager. I think I pronounced that correctly. I may have been wrong. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. And Ms. Susan Baker is next, also with United Sovereign Americans. Good evening, Ms. Baker. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening. My name is Susan Baker. I'm at 4910 South Bahama Court. I have been a resident of Arapahoe County for 35 years. I've been a resident in Colorado for 50 plus years. I am also not a official spokesperson for United Salvador Americans. I am a volunteer. What you've heard tonight is a culmination of thousands of hours of work by our highly qualified and credentialed volunteer data teams from Colorado and across the country. Let's step back for a second and look at the big picture. Large numbers of Americans, including many right here in Colorado and Arapahoe County, have questions about the trustworthiness of our elections. I think we can all agree that we wish this was not the case, but official data shows these concerns are valid, and the law says resolving them is essential in securing our liberty. At the same time, government representatives at all levels are not being transparent or responsive to what our citizen audits have found. Our right to choose our representatives is in legally valid and transparent elections is the foundation upon which our constitutional republic was established. That right has been bravely protected over the past 2.5 centuries by the sacrifice of our brothers, fathers, mothers, and sisters. You on this board tonight have a chance to show everyone who defended American liberty and the citizens which you represent that you value it also by passing the resolution demanding a valid general election in 2024. I do have flyers about our organization if anyone is interested. And I am asking you now if you would like to go ahead and sign the resolution. If you'd like time to read it through again, we'd like to be put on the agenda for the next meeting. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer if I can.
Ms. Baker, thank you very much for your time. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Baker, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is Melinda Mongeau. Mongeau. Thank you so much for the, I tried, sorry about that.
It's a tough one, it's a toughie.
So you're here to speak about the revising home occupation. So if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Of course. My name is Melinda Mongeau. I'm a resident. I reside at South Delaware and Radcliffe Streets. I am a floral designer who seeks to become a home flower farmer. I am here tonight in support of revising Englewood's home occupation code to empower our residents the ability to sell their agricultural and home cottage industry goods on their property site. Many cities, both near and far, including Wheat Ridge and Arvada, have passed revisions of city code to permit residents to serve their local community by providing market stands on the property they rent or own. This can include selling locally grown produce and flowers, as well as our cottage food industry makers and bakers. Allowing agricultural market and cottage industry sales in residential neighborhoods can have numerous benefits to our community. First being our residents can enjoy direct, easy access to fresh, locally grown produce, flowers, and baked goods, which in turn promotes healthier eating habits and lifestyle. In addition, it fosters a sense of community connection between consumers and producers. Local agricultural sales on site can help to alleviate our dependence on distant food disruptions in transportation or supply chains. Allowing residential market sales can increase food security by providing a reliable and nearby source of food. I think we all remember the COVID disruptions and how having this in place would allow access to fresh produce even for our most vulnerable citizens. Secondly, by permitting home market sales, we would be contributing to our local economy, as well as creating jobs and offering volunteer opportunities for our residents. Allowing on-site sales could encourage residents of all ages and backgrounds to participate in being a small business owner, giving residents a sense of purpose and drive, as well as help the business owner enjoy full-time, part-time, or supplemental income. Our local restaurants and florists could boast about offering local farm-to-table food and farm-to-vase florals. Thirdly, we would contribute to the reduction of our carbon footprint through home market sales. By buying locally produced food and goods, we would naturally reduce transportation emissions. Considering that 80% of domestically sold flowers in the United States are mass-produced in Europe and South America, the flowers dipped in pesticide, put on ships and planes where they're processed in Miami's port. The flowers then sit in a refrigerated warehouse before being shipped throughout the United States and onto your kitchen table. We could instead offer the freshest cut flowers available right here in Englewood from our own yards and home occupation, significantly reducing our carbon footprint and offering an invaluable service to our community. Fourth, neighborhood market sales can also attract visitors, potentially benefiting nearby businesses and stimulating our local economy. And fifth, and it's my favorite benefit of all, in that permitting home market sales will promote community engagement and encourage inclusion. Home market gardens and stands can serve as community hubs, hosting events and activities that promote social cohesion and neighborhood pride. They can also serve as educational hubs for our youth.
Ms. Monjo, your time is up. Thank you very much for speaking tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for seeing me tonight.
Up next is Allison Bedan, I believe. Yeah. My streak is one on numbers, our names pronounced correctly, so.
Yeah.
Ms. Bedan, if you could just state your name and your address across streets.
Allison Bedan. I'm at Dartmouth and Grant. My husband and I bought the house directly next to the Englewood Bible Church, owned by Movement 5280, just about 6 months ago. In the short time that we have lived in this location, we have seen many things that have concerned us enough that we want to bring to your attention. I want to start out by saying that my husband and I are both from Colorado. We are very, very used to the changes that are happening in our state. We, in fact, just moved from a house right by the Embassy Suites that is currently housing people experiencing homelessness. Some of the things we have noticed that we do not feel like should be happening in a residential neighborhood within feet of 4 schools are overnight car camping, in which I have multiple pictures of proof of people doing this. People are also staying nearby, parking outside of our homes, just hoping to be near 5280. I've witnessed suspicious late night happenings at the church with lights on in the middle of the night and people coming and going. I've also seen open drug use without any interference by anyone from 5280. In fact, I have video of Movement 5280 personnel actually participating in some of the drug use. We've also found used needles in the parking lot, a high increase of trash, including dumping in our own trash cans. Increased loitering and foot traffic. Just last week, Movement 5280 hosted a portable shower in the parking lot. I witnessed a scary scene of someone potentially overdosing in one of the showers. I also saw men changing in the parking lot and people hanging their laundry out to dry on vehicles and in the trees. Also, many of the people utilizing this service were exhibiting behavior that indicated drug use or outward mental health issues. And the portable shower did come back today. Not to mention, I wake up almost every single morning with an unhoused person sitting outside of 5280 waiting for them to open. A lot of them are causing a lot of noise and disturbance. Now, keep in mind, I have seen all of this in only 6 months. I am concerned that on top of all of this, it may get worse, and little is being done to prevent things from getting worse. This past weekend, I saw 5280 moving furniture, including beds and mattresses, into the church. Again, I have video proof of this. In the March Town Council meeting, Tina Hayhurst, the 5280 director, mentioned that we have more in common than we think, and I believe that to be true. We all want to help others and reduce homelessness, and I truly do. My husband and I are regular volunteers, and we are both compassionate about other people's situations. All we ask for is the same in return. We shouldn't have to live in fear every single day. This is our home, and there is a place for Movement 5280 and their mission. It is just not in a residential neighborhood with families and schools having to witness.
Ms. Bedan, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Member Praying, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Have you participated in any of the conversations that are mediated between 5280 and the neighborhood?
I have not been asked to be part of the Good Neighbor Agreement. There is a group that I am meeting with, and they're just keeping me informed about it, but I'm not participated in that.
Okay, thank you.
Member, how do I do this?
Okay, last time.
Member
not
Wright.
2 times in
Why
a
do I
row.
do this? I was going to say Wilson, I know. Go ahead, Member Wright. Go ahead.
Have you reached out to 5280 directly and sat down and have a discussion with them about your concerns?
I have not. I know other people have in my neighborhood, though, and I'm still fairly new to the neighborhood, so this is all stuff that's come to light in the past. Really, March is when I really kind of found out about all of this, so this is still very new to me.
Okay, and I understand.
Yeah.
And I know that they're more than willing to sit down and listen.
Yeah.
So I, if that's something you're open to, so thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that they're just, even though they're willing to listen, there's still stuff being done that I've witnessed that goes against what they're saying. So.
Right, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Ward.
I'm going to ask this question for the very limited reason that I can actually think of a possible reason why you saw some of what you saw. But how much furniture are we talking about here? Are we talking about dozens of mattresses or
Yeah.
hundreds of beds or like one or two?
They have a small moving truck that's parked outside. I'm sure was donated to them, or was it previously owned by the church that was just left there? I've seen it full of furniture, of different types of furniture, completely full on several different occasions. Or I guess 2 to be exact. Just this past weekend, there were at least 3 different mattresses and what I assume were bed frames that were in the back of this.
Okay, related question. Do you ever see anything going out?
No, never see anything going out, only going in.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions. Ms. Bedan, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is, I believe, Roman Bedan. Good evening, Mr. Bedan. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Sure. Roman Bedan. I live off Grant and Dartmouth. And I'm also here to speak on the topic of Movement 25280. Do my best to keep it quick, considering it's already a big topic that's been covered. But frankly, it's really not what was been discussed already. It's more where it's heading as an organization. They're just getting started and winter's over, summer's here. With that, we're seeing a lot of increased traffic and concern around where things are heading, increased loitering with the homeless community they serve. And the concern, it's not their mission. Obviously, we're in full support of that. The sole concern is its location. They're in a residential neighborhood, and it should have always been in a commercial area. I understand they had some sort of deal worked out to where they were able to purchase the property, but coming from where we're having kids right now, and we're in a position where we're going to have to move, and it's not the safe place we thought when we decided to plant our roots here. If you look at the block itself right now, there's 3 houses for sale within the short, 4 houses around us. Everyone's moving. Everyone we're talking to is moving. It's a big concern, and this location should have never been allowed in the first place, in my opinion. Even driving in here on the way to this location, you see all these commercial spaces that are here, and it just seems like a better spot for it, better spot for the community that they serve, where it's not amongst children and schools and neighbors and the riffraff that even comes with people having to reach out to police and all the concerns that go along with that. I just think that we should enable the sale of it for a better situation for everyone. So you're not really terrorizing the neighborhood with the anxiety and risk that come with putting something like this in the middle of a neighborhood community and exploring the options of a sale where there's a profit and they could be purchasing a situation to where it's not in a community where you're having to deal with this sort of thing over and over forever.
Anything else, Mr. Bedan?
That's it.
Thank you very much for your time. Member Wright, go ahead.
I have one question, please.
Sure.
How often do you see police activity over there, and have you ever called the police when you're seeing activity that is illegal?
I'm not a big believer in calling on something to where it's I feel like there's not a major reason to bring them in. So I've only called once when I saw someone peeking in garages, but I have been told maybe to start calling more often to bring that attention into the community. I just haven't been doing it myself.
Okay. And do you see the police in the area often?
There has been increased traffic. They'll park in the parking lot to make their presence felt, and they're definitely more active in the area now.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Bedan, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And last speaker before we give a response to public comment is PJ Kolnick. Is he here? There he is, hiding with the hat. Didn't even recognize you. Mr. Kolnick, if you could just state your name and your address across streets.
All right, PJ Kolnick, 2771 South Ogden. Thank you, council, for hearing me tonight, and thank you guys all for your service. It takes a lot of time to do what you're doing. None of you are paid enough or compensated all that much for all the time that you put into this. So thank you so much for bringing your time and your talents to this city and this council. You know, I'm struck by the irony of speaking about the interest of expanding occupational uses in residential areas when I'm following 5280. I think it is a real challenge that 5280 presents, and I would just encourage the council to continue to really pay attention to that and you know, really use some discernment in what 5280's future in the neighborhood is going to be. That said, within Title 16, we do have certain uses that we allow for businesses across residential neighborhoods. Ms. Wright, you asked a question earlier to Tim Nichols about would businesses, you know, would we be interested in seeing ADUs be able to use business? And as the code is currently written, technically a property for a non-conforming or, you know, for some of these commercial uses is allowed up to 50% of the total property area. So I guess technically if you had an ADU on your property, you could use some of it for some of the businesses that are allowed. Some businesses that I think we should consider allowing would be, you know, and some of these are, as the code is currently written, these are not allowed. So I think we should be considering barbering, maybe light trades or manufacturing, fabrication, maybe food or beverages services, like people being able to do like a catering business out of their home, or even opportunities to have small scale coffee roasting, wine brewing, or distilling out of there. Some of the things I don't think we should change that I think the code actually does get right currently. I don't think that we should change allowances for like animal hospitals, daycare, kennel type scenarios. The code also says that you're not allowed to do any gun assembly or storage, parking, or operation of large equipment. So construction, you know, landscaping businesses, things like that. So I think we should continue to leave those off of this, but I really think we should open up the conversation and think about how we can make our neighborhoods a bit more flexible, a bit more opportunistic for people that are looking to start a business. And I think some of the most successful areas, even in our immediate area, if you look at Pearl Street or even Gaylord Street up in Wash Park, those are like commercial sort of, you know, pseudo-commercial districts in residential areas that would probably never be allowed today. So I'd really love to see us explore some of those.
Mr. Kolnick, your time is up. Thank you very much for your time. Member Wright.
Thank you.
I got it.
My question is, a catering business in a residential home, or coffee roasting, or something that has to do with food. Mm-hmm. My issue with that would be the cleanliness or the health department keeping track of that. You have that, and then you said something about landscaping, where landscaping would be having, where you said no, having the equipment there would be. Where, I guess my question would be, why would catering in someone's home where they're cooking in their home and it would be hard to monitor that opposed to landscaping? What is your train of thought on that is my question.
Well, with the 3-minute swath I was able to think of, as far as a catering business, I think that's something that somebody could largely do, you know, do a lot of the preparation within a home or a kitchen, and, you know, maybe be able to have a catering business out of that. I'm not married to the idea, but I think it's worth exploring. As far as landscaping, I only think in so much as the way that code currently describes it is like large equipment to support landscaping. So like a large tree trimming truck with a full, you know, mulcher.
Opposed to a couple of lawnmowers, for example.
No, I think that's fine, and it'd be pretty hard to distinguish that from just somebody, you know, maintaining their own property. So I think that makes sense.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions, Member Ward?
Similar question. You've piqued my curiosity when you separate firearms assembly from manufacture of wine and beer as commercial interests, both are regulated by the same federal agency, different departments. Both are dangerous if used improperly, and neither one should be used together. So what, in your mind, separates them from each other?
That's a really good question. Honestly, I didn't know they were regulated by the same entity. I think well, a lot of this code we never addressed as a city. This section of it during Code Next. So I think where we can find a way to put a 2024 lens on some of these pieces, it's just an important way for us to reconsider, okay, what part of either brewing, distilling, winemaking, as listed in the code right now, what part of that might be approachable in a smaller business type setting? Maybe I don't think we're going to be able to start a full-on brewery out of somebody's corner lot, but I do think there's an opportunity for maybe parts of that, or maybe parts of that value chain to be approached by a resident that's knowledgeable in the industry. So.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Kolnick, thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you.
All right, and with that concludes unscheduled public comment. Remember, praying when you are ready, you can give a response.
Thank you. That was a lot tonight. Thank you for everyone coming out and sharing their thoughts tonight. It's nice to see a fuller room and a variety of opinions on what's going on in our city. I'll start off with our scheduled public commenters. So Ms. Bailey, thanks again for always coming forward and keeping the concern in front of us about the rain events and our capacity to deal with our stormwater. I am aware that some offers have been made to you or extended to you for meeting with city staff, and a lot of information has been provided to you. So I just want to encourage you to reconsider having a meeting with city staff. I also will publicly recognize that I owe you a meeting. So I am happy to participate in a meeting with you with city staff so that we can get a little more granular on what your concerns are. And it does sound like there's a sticking point about the June 22nd, 23 rain event, and maybe some discrepancy in your understanding of how much rain we received in Englewood in comparison to Littleton and some of the measurements that were taken. So, maybe it's a matter of us understanding those discrepancies and making an apology if needed, if we were inaccurate. Mr. Kozacek, thank you again for always being here and keeping us honest, I'll just put it that way. Concerning Judge Jefferson's salary and us getting to that, it is my understanding that council has requested some information that we are anticipating receiving soon, I believe in the next week or so, and then shortly thereafter that should come back to our agenda, so hopefully we can take movement on that. I do appreciate the insight about the roundabouts from CDOT. Would maybe encourage city staff to potentially reach out to CDOT to, get a little more information or on statements that were made about roundabouts and some of our city plans of moving forward with those, and that potentially being not a safe path forward. Ms. Benson, let's see. First off, I would like to address the ongoing troubles that I caused from the April 8th meeting, where I was having some technical difficulties. I understand even members of council, have made comment and had some concerns. I believe that we did have a quorum present. I just couldn't communicate effectively. I tried my hardest to get some communications out to the mayor. As my fellow council members can see in their packets, you can read what I wrote. there was no directing of anyone's votes going on or a special meeting that was being held between myself and the mayor. I simply was just trying to express some of my thoughts in the only way that I had available to me in that moment to participate in the meeting. Also, I would want to know a little bit more about allegations made on illegal responses to core requests. I don't like it when we allege that our city staff are doing anything inappropriate, but if there could be, city manager, maybe some follow-up on allegations that our city clerk is sending things inappropriately. I have not seen any evidence of that, but obviously to clarify to the public that we're following rules as we need to. I will move on to Ms. Nichols. Thank you so much for being here tonight and giving us an overview of the memorial at the high school. I know that you have, along with Ms. Howard, been very, very involved in that project over the years. I know that the high school very much appreciates hosting that memorial on their site, and I agree with you. Celebrating our rich history is important, and I love that your organization and Ms. Howard have encouraged events at the high school to even, like on Veterans Day, bring in veterans to sit down and have breakfast with and talk to our high schoolers. I know the kids really enjoy that event, and I think it's an important connection-making event. So thank you so much for being here tonight and providing that information to us. And then moving on into unscheduled public comment, I'll try to clump some things here together. I want to thank the 3 individuals that were here in support, or just to provide insight on changes, potential changes to our code, and opening up, our thinking on home markets, and what that could look like. Mr. Kolnick, I really like how you framed it as far as putting a 2024 lens on how we're viewing our neighborhoods and what we do and don't allow. I do think there are a lot of intricacies, as Member Wright brought up, as far as how do we have the proper oversights if we do choose to head in that direction. But it's really nice to see individuals come forward and have that innovative thinking and to encourage us to continue to have that kind of lens as we're looking at changes to code. To the individuals from United Sovereign Americans, there are quite a few of you here tonight. I want to thank you for the time and effort that you put into drafting this resolution. I know a lot of thoughtfulness went into it. I personally would like to see us, take one step at a time. I don't think council is obviously prepared to sign a resolution tonight in front of everyone without having opportunity to vet it and have conversation. But first and foremost for me would be, wanting city staff to look at the Secretary of State data that was referenced and just do some verification of assertions that were made that that data is incorrect, and that we have potentially had inappropriate results in our elections. I appreciate the wanting to push a resolution forward, but short of having, verified information that then drove a citizen-led audit, I think that we should do some due diligence there first. But I do very much appreciate all of you coming this evening and bringing that forward. And let's see. What else am I missing? Mr. Lambert, thank you for highlighting your concerns around the exclusions and what gets accounted for and doesn't in our budgets. I would maybe like to make a council request to just better understand how those particular funds fall where they fall within the budget and what's accounted for and what's not, and why there's a concern being raised around us not having, full transparency into those particular funds. So just like a little bit of foundational knowledge, especially for me and Member Wright as new members to council to understand that better. And I think that is all I have. Just once again, thank you for everyone coming out and sharing your thoughts, and we really appreciate having you in the room tonight.
Thank you, Member Prang. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had three quick comments to bring a little clarity on a couple of things. First of all, for Ms. Bailey, I just wanted to provide my perspective on one comment that you made so that citizens can be clear where City Council, or where I'm coming from at least. You said that City Council dropped the caliber plan to adopt the old TEG plan, as though we took a good plan and dropped it and adopted a bad plan or something like that. That's not what happened. City Council accepted the caliber plan, and then the old TEG plan is a refinement of that, is kind of an enactment of that plan, a deeper dive. So one is a 30,000-foot plan, one is a narrowing down to one part of the city. So that's the distinction there. We didn't drop the caliber plan, still something that drives city policymaking, and definitely drove a huge portion of our stormwater master plan. The second thing is for the folks who brought the resolution. We voted before this year as City Council to not do any resolutions this year. So I would imagine that that's the way we would move forward, continuing with that policy. So that doesn't say whether any one person agrees or disagrees with the resolution you brought, but we're just having across the board, taking a break from resolutions for the year. And then finally, for the folks who live next to 5280, I'm really sorry for the challenges that you're facing there, and I do hope that that we can find some resolution between the neighbors there. But I do want to be clear that City Council, as far as that organization providing services out of that building, City Council didn't say yes to that. It's a legal use of that space, and it's protected under federal land use, the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. So for a religious organization to use a place for social services, protected under federal law, and we don't have the authority to stop that. And those laws are actively enforced by the Department of Justice. So in many ways, whether we agree or disagree with what 5280 is doing there, our hands are tied on that. So I apologize for that, but do hope for a resolution between neighbors there.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Wright.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I do have a council request. There was a mention about putting a crosswalk by Englewood Rec Center where you could push the button for people crossing. I wanted to see, maybe we could look into cost or something and see if that's something that could possibly be done. I also, it's just echoey loud. I also want to say thank you for everyone being here. Although we voted not to do resolutions, this is either, we had another gentleman come and talk about election information specifically to Englewood. I believe someone else also. So this is either second or third, either individual or group that has come and talk about election stuff. It doesn't mean that, like Member Pring said, that we don't look into it, and that is something I feel that we should be looking into. The information that was in here, like the council request that you asked for, Member Pring, I firmly agree that because we're not doing resolutions doesn't mean that we don't dig and make sure we have correct information and that things aren't cleaned up and correct. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Noonkamp.
I just had one response tonight. Thank you, everyone who came and spoke to us. It's really helpful to hear your perspectives and your feedback. I just wanted to acknowledge one thing that Mr. Kozacek shared with us. He mentioned when we were considering the roundabouts on Dartmouth that we never brought up the bike lanes, and that's actually not true. And so I just wanted to relieve your concern there. We brought them up many, 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 many times. We actually spoke with cyclists. We got feedback from cyclists. Our engineers looked at it, and we vetted that to make sure, and we actually found that it's a best practice, actually. And we heard from many many cyclists that they would prefer to go through the roundabout actually. And if not, they are welcome to go over the sidewalk as well. And so we did vet that, and you said we never did, and I just wanted to let you know that we did, and we have been told by all of the sources that this is the right way to do it. So we appreciate your concern.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. I'll add as well. So I'm one of those cyclists. I'm actually a proponent of roundabouts. We actually have it as part of the design of the roundabouts, that there is a partial bike lane as part of it for those that aren't comfortable of being in the flow of traffic. So that is going to be a part of it. Mr. and Mrs. Badan, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. I'm hoping I could get your phone number. So obviously I'm still meeting with the community about just some of the issues that they're seeing with 5280. I'm hoping that we can have you as part of the Good Neighbor Agreement. I think we have that finalized right now, but we still want to continue dialogue and see if we could come to a happy resolution there. But if you're able to do so, I'm not sure if we're going to take a break after this, but if you could provide your phone number to either our city clerk or to our city manager, I want to make sure I can contact you as well with anything new that's coming up regarding that. The other thing, I'll just allude to this just because it came up twice from Ms. Benton as well as from Mr. Kozacek. They alluded to the text messages that came forth from Member Prang during the April 8th meeting. We did have quorum that night. We had 4 people in person. We had Ms. Prang calling in since you were in Dallas for the eclipse. But I'm going to read the text messages, and if people want to go back and actually watch the video of what happened that night, you can see that I'm actually stopping the meeting to kind of just let people know about the concerns about Member Prang unable to hear. So Member Prang starts at 6:42. She sends me a text saying, "The sound is so faint in the room. I've got speakers at 100% and can barely hear. I'll mess with the headphones a bit, but I'll mess with headphones a bit more during the break, but I feel limited to interact." My response was, "From everyone?" Her response, "Pretty much, I can hear Watson best," and that's alluding to our Chief of Police, Sam Watson. My response back was, "I'm having Sean look into it," and then, "Better, question mark, I bet yes, thank you, still not great." My response back was, "I wonder if you should sign into the YouTube video since the sound is better there, but stay on this link so you can vote. It was a special meeting, we're gonna vote at the end of the night. I was just a little bit worried about that aspect of it." Her response back was, "I will try that and can thumbs up or down to vote where needed." My response to that was, "You might need to sign into your phone. Sounds like it might be your computer." "Okay, let me play with it. This computer is crap. I can hear better with YouTube, but not sure why you can't hear me. I did ask if I needed to test anything prior to the meeting, but was told no." And then my response back is, "We could play with it during the break." Her response back, and this was to a separate agenda item, the second item during the study session. "I wanted to ask how we arrive at 24% growth in expenditures for non-personal expenses." My response back was, "What page?" And then the next response back was, "There is so much delay. I agree with Chelsea. I do think adding President's Day is worth having to go through the bargaining process. The staff has already spoken through the calendar. Exists. Also think we need to respect CM authority to set such days. Okay, going to try my phone now. Give me a few." So if you actually go back and listen to the video, all of these things correspond with what we're saying during the meeting, just because I made city manager aware, which made IT aware, and we started messing with the audio during that time. So that's as far as it went that night, and so just wanted to allude to the text messages that occurred that evening. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate you reading through these. It is even more troubling to me because a quorum is 5 people. And like I said the other evening, and this has nothing to do with Ms. Prang, period. It has to do with the leadership. Whenever we have had an issue where there is sound problems, we have shut down the meeting. But you continued on. The public could not hear it. 5 is a quorum, not 4. And actually, even in the policy manual that we looked at a couple of weeks ago, at one point, City Council did give direction that a quorum had to be in person. There was not a quorum here. It was a special meeting, there was voting, it was not a legal meeting, and this text proves it. And the truth is, I was watching it on my phone on the way home from vacation, and you couldn't hear You could hear Miss Prang at the end, but what is even more concerning is that Miss Prang couldn't hear either. And she was voting on things, and there was this back and forth between you that was not open to the public. That is hugely problematic, and I disagree with your take on that. Just because you carried on a private meeting with one council member and you were relaying it, that is wrong. The meeting should have been stopped.
Thank you, Member Russell, for your point on that. So again, the actual voting did not take place until the end of the night. You can legibly hear Member Prang vote during the actual items that we were voting for at the end of the evening. The audio issues were fixed during the second agenda item, which was a study session item for the evening. And quorum is 4 people. And we had this conversation, I believe, last week or 2 weeks ago with City Attorney Niles, and she agreed as well. So
A
go ahead, Member
quorum
Russell.
is not 4 people. A quorum is 5 people. That's why you cannot have a meeting with 4 people. You need 5. And you didn't have a quorum. It's not that you could hear it at the end of the meeting. You should have never started the meeting because you didn't have a quorum.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, that ends unscheduled public comment. Did anybody want to take a break before we get to the next agenda? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. It's 8:36. If we can meet back at 8:41. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to date I just.
Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, everyone, we are now back. Moving on to agenda item 9, this is consent agenda items. We have a few items pulled tonight, 9A1, 9A2, 9B1, 9B2, 9B4, 9C3, 4, and 5 were all pulled. Were there any other items that I may have missed?
You got my list?
I did. So I did get both Member Wright's and Member Russell's list. All right, I think that may be everything. So if that's the case, then can I get a motion to approve 9B3 and 5, 9C1 and 2?
I move to approve as stated.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Moving on to agenda item 9A1. This is for City Manager Lewis. I think both Member Wright and Member Russell had questions, and let me know if I have the questions correctly. Why do we need to amend this agreement at this time why were these items not considered at the beginning? Have we been paying the salary of the sustainability coordinator up to this point? Also, why are we increasing the length of time? And why not wait until 2025 to see how this agreement is working? Second part of that was, does Sheridan pay the same per hour rate as Englewood does for our coordinator? How does Sheridan compensate Englewood for our coordinator benefits? And do other staff members from Englewood cross over and help Sheridan at times, but would not be listed within the IGA? Did I capture the questions correctly? Does that sound right? Okay. Go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. As you all know, the sustainability program is located within the city manager's office. And Tim Dodd, Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd, is out tonight. But glad to answer some of the questions. You'll probably have to repeat some of those because I was expecting to get them one at a time, but I'll do my best. So in terms of the costing and the why now and why the change, it was really based on the compensation and classification study. We couldn't have predicted what to make this IGA in terms of the dollar amount because we didn't have the data from the comp and class study. So we received that after we had already, were already in this IGA, so there would be no way for us to have predicted that. In terms of the timing, moving to 2027, certainly if council would prefer this be annual, it's just been a highly successful partnership. If you didn't know, Tim was presenting on this topic at a CCMA, Colorado City Management Association Transportation Conference in Glenwood Springs. And the city manager of Sheridan approached him after that and said, this sounds like a really great program. We've been talking about doing something. Could this be a more regional approach? So what's happened is that it's saving us about $25,000 a year by partnering with Sheridan. They get Mel England, our sustainability coordinator, for 1 day, and then we get her for 4 days. So it really helps kind of split the cost of that full-time resource, but frankly, I think both cities are getting a tremendous value out of that. But that's why we push that to 2027, but certainly if council wants to change that, they could. I think I'm missing one of the kind of...
Member Russell, Member Wright, anything that you need answered? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So have we already been paying the sustainability coordinator? Sheridan already has been paying us, but this is an increase because of the comp and class?
Correct. And to the question about the benefits, yes, all of that's included in their portion of that. The other thing that we are changing, it's not just about the salary for the sustainability coordinator, it's also for that green business program that we've been keeping council up to date with the launch of that. That's a state program that our businesses can get one-on-one consulting. It might be about waste diversion, it could be about energy efficiency, but that's access to that state program, and they're paying a portion of that so that we can participate in that program.
Okay, and then just one other question. So is Sheridan reimbursing us for benefits also?
Yes, it's the total compensation package, which is typically salary plus or minus 30% for benefits. And so, yes, the IGA, the amendment that you see before you, is to make sure that they are paying their fair share, which is 1/5 of the salary and benefits of our sustainability coordinator.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions? Yes or no? No, we're good? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, City Manager Lewis. With that, with no further questions, could I get a motion to approve 9A1?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Member Wright. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Could we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Needham.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Right. Thank you. See, I'm not the only one. Thank you very much, City Clerk. Moving on to 9A2, and this is for Redevelopment Manager Dan Parumba. I have a couple of questions here. Explain the difference between the total cost for 2024 on page 1 under the summary section and page 2 under the financial implications.
Yes, Mayor, council members, I think I can clarify this fairly quickly. Under the summary section, the total operational cost for 2024 is $659,774. And that is comprised of RTD's IGA contribution of $562,413 and the city's IGA contribution of $97,361, which is noted to be the same as last year. And then on the following page, under financial implications, the total contract for MV transportation is $639,785, and this plus the estimated fuel cost total of $20,000 equals the total cost under the summary section. Again, that was the $659,774.
So the fuel costs are $20,000?
Estimated, yeah, and those would be shared between RTD and the city.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
And if I read this correctly, EDDA will be doing a local match of $60,000.
That is under, I'll address that under the next item, which is the MV transportation contract and how the DDA is contributing to that.
Okay.
It's a long agenda, so no, you're good.
Yeah.
It's a long agenda tonight. So any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A2?
I move to approve 9A2.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Could we please vote? Oh,
I'm sorry, I'm confused because I am looking at 9A2. And on here it says, RTD Partnership Program grant will provide the city with blah, blah, blah. And then it says on here, EDDA will collectively provide local match funding $60,000. So I was on the correct one. It's on the fourth paragraph on the second page. So I wasn't confused.
No, I think you're right. It definitely is within the comments or within financial implications, but
Yeah.
that is tied to 9C5. It's going to be covered, oh, sorry,
See, I
9C4.
have it in 9A2.
But the MV contract is part of 9C.
Okay, so it's just the way the wording
Yeah.
was on it. Okay, all right, thank you for confusing me, sort of.
No, yeah. So we'll definitely ask that question at that point, though, so.
Thank you.
And with that, we have a motion, we have a second. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Needham.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to, this is 9B1, modification of contract processes. Do we have, Procurement Supervisor Trudy Peepgrass, as well as Director of Finance Kevin Ingalls. I believe the question on this one is, why does city staff need to have this much authority and room? The checks and balances City Council is to provide. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Council. I am Trudy Peepgrass. The question came up, it's not so much that staff is having that authority, it's that it's economies of scales with the projects increasing in dollar amount, as well as council has already approved projects in the budget, so therefore they've already been approved and presented to council over that $250,000 limit. If it is if it's a non-budgeted amount project, it will come in front of you at the $125,000 for approval.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
That answers my question. Doesn't make me happy, but it answers my question.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wright, do you have a question as well?
I did not.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, left over.
No worries. Any further questions from members of council? Thank you, Ms. Peepgrass. Could I get a motion to approve 9B1?
Move to approve 9B1.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Pring. Any further comments? Member Russell.
My personal opinion is, if this is not broken, why fix it? It has been in our purview to review this all along. And so I'm not going to support this because I don't think it was that big of a deal to do it. And there's just things in here that bother me. So I'm not in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Needham.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peepgrass. Moving on to 9B2. This is for Director of Utilities. Deputy Director Sarah Stone. The question for, let's see here, where are we at? 9B2 is, actually, I'll have you ask the questions. This is about the federal funds that were just made available by Colorado, so.
So May 2nd, it came out that additional federal funding of 32.8 or something like that, federal funds was coming to Colorado for the lead reduction. So I want to know how that's going to affect this. How, do we have to apply to get more of that money? I know it's not going to cover all the cost, but I want to know how the state's going to disperse the money and how much do you think we'll get and how that could affect all of this? Because I know we're going to have that $5 fee on the bills, and could that reduce how much we're going to charge people?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So yes, there was an announcement made for $32 million coming into Colorado. That money is a piece of that bipartisan infrastructure bill funding. So the state has already received years 1 and years 2. This was the year 3 allocation. So a portion of that $32 million is already coming to Englewood through the SRF loans that we are closing on this month. The EPA allocates the amount that goes to each of the states as the funding becomes available. So this was just happened to be the funding that's available for this year. There will be follow-on years, year 4 and 5. Through the infrastructure bill, there was 5 years of funding. So Colorado, or the drinking water revolving fund is balancing what they think they'll get and what they know they'll get. So this is that $32 million that they
So
knew.
it's money already spent.
It's money that we already heard. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on 9B2? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9B2?
Move to approve 9B2.
Thank you, Member Prank. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Newton-Camp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newton-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. Do we have Director Van Rye for this one? We do. So this is 9B4. I'll read Member Russell's questions. I'll have Member Wright ask her questions as well. Why is there a discrepancy between page 2 of the council communication list as the cost per meter pit, meter, and electronics, and I can't even say that word. I should have just had you read this. There have been several reports in the last couple of weeks that the charge for a water meter installation is $11.29 and a 1-year wait in order to get a meter. So that's the first question. If there's anything that you want to add to that, Member Russell, but.
No, that's mainly it. I mean, because I asked this question about the $321 before, and then I share that at my town hall meeting, and people call in to sign up for the meter, and it's not $321, it's $11.29 and a 1-year wait.
Yes, so thank you for bringing this forward, because what it highlights is the transition from the way that we've done business as a utility for the past several decades to what we're proposing we move to as it relates to how we fund meter pits and meter installations. So I have not done a good job over the past couple months of highlighting how we have done business, which is the $1,100 number. That number is an internal business process number that was developed at least more than 14 years ago, because it predates our manager of customer service and was in place before that. And when you look at those numbers, it's built up based on the way the utility used to operate. And so that's the business process that's been in place and been enacted for many, many, many years. What we are proposing with these changes and this moving forward in the lead program and the funding through that lead program is to move to a system where the meter pit becomes a piece of the city infrastructure, and the only piece of the infrastructure that is the homeowners is the downstream pipe from the meter to the house. And then the homeowners or the owner of the property will purchase the meter, the sender, and whatever those minor appurtenances are. And that's what totals the $321 number that we have set. In further looking at this, the $321 number that's going to update as well, because that's based on what's called a 5/8 meter, which we don't install in very many of those. We install 3/4 inch meters. And so the 3/4 inch meter right now, according to the schedule, is $402. But it's not going to be that much, because there's a 20% handling charge that was incorporated into this schedule decades ago because of the way that the meters were procured individually and installed individually at the time that a conversion was occurring. We are changing that to, we will have a stock of meters so that the 20% handling charge goes away. There's also a 8% tax in there that's, that will go down because the base number goes down. So our estimate right now for what moving forward with these changes, what a customer who wants to change their flat rate to a meter that's not part of the lead program, because lead program will cover this, will be $335, plus or minus a couple dollars. This also highlights a comment that Councilmember Ward made, which was this should be in the fee schedule, which we completely agree, because this is a system that's been in place for many, many years. It's a practice, a business practice that's been in place to recoup costs. And what we've found is the way we're approaching the program differently today, the costs are far different, and we think the cost to the customer should be less. So with that, we're in this transition period where, yes, the person who responded to you in the town hall was quoted $1,100 because that's what the current schedule is. Because we haven't implemented these changes yet. We're proposing the implementation of these changes. There's a subset of people that are caught in this transition period that what we could do, and we don't think it would cost a tremendous amount of money, is retroactively go back maybe a year. We think it's about 25 properties, and credit back the charges that were charged that we, moving forward, anticipate will not be charged with the approval of all these changes. And so I think so that's where the discrepancy is what we've been talking about moving forward and what we're planning to do, losing sight of the fact that we had a business process in place that was charging based on the way the utility has operated for decades. And I apologize for that confusion because I did not bring that clarification. I was more forward-looking on this.
So, if somebody now calls in to sign up, now once we pass this tonight, this is second reading, correct?
Yes.
Once we pass this, will it change 30 days from now?
So our intention and what we committed to at the Water and Sewer Board and what we committed here is the next step is to update the fee schedule to reflect what our code changes are and our policy is as it relates to ownership of the system through the meter pit to that point of that downstream pipe. And that downstream pipe is is owned by the homeowner, and the meter is something that's procured by the user, because that meter could go away and a new user could, the hookup could go dormant, and then a new user would hook up a new meter to that. So the short answer is that's the next step, is to change that. I think if it's within, if this is something council would like to do in an effort to help with this transition period that we've been in, we can go back and look at what the impact would be in terms of crediting people who've paid, have been on the wait list. And sometimes the reason why there's a wait list is because we don't do this during the winter, because we wait until it's through the freeze cycle before we do these types of conversions. So if they paid us in December, it takes months before we'll start doing them again. The second piece is if they have a lead service line, they're on hold until we move forward with the lead program, at which point then the lead program should cover this based on the lead funding. Not the meter part, the pit part.
So, the moral of the story is, should I just tell my people, you should just wait until all the changes happen?
I think that's probably a good approach, because we're right in this transition from the old way of doing business to the new way of doing business. And one of the biggest things that we want to do, and I think what this has highlighted, is the need for the complete transparency in how these charges are charged and in the fee schedule, which is the next step after we approve these.
And if council would decide to go back and pay back some of these people, there are people probably back in 2020 that paid $1,000 and they're probably not happy either.
Yeah, so we've been talking about making this policy change, I'd say, for about a year to a year and a half. And if you look at just the Colorado statute as it relates to how far back you go with credits, it's 2 years. And so we could look at what the cost effect would be to go back 2 years, and anybody who's within that 2-year period, we could provide this credit, or we could look at the time frame that we've been talking about these changes, which we believe is probably around a year, and look at that credit. I think either one of those is plausible and something that we could provide back to our customers, and doesn't really, it's not out of alignment with where we're heading, but it does account for people who in the recent past have been caught in this transition period.
And then just one other question. Once this whole thing is implemented, because I know there's been a push to get everybody converted over, are we going to have enough installers to get this done in one summer season, or are we not? Is it going to take us years to get these 1,183 done?
So through the lead program, we're going to, right now that's a 3-year program is what we're anticipating. We're hoping actually that might go a little bit faster. So those pits would be, so if there's a flat rate that's lead, that could be up to 3 years from now. The meter conversion is being done as part of the AMI project, the Advanced Metering Infrastructure, and that's about a year-long process. So it's somewhere between a 1 and I would say the outside window would be 3 years, and that's covered in those 2 programs. And then there's probably this residual amount of one-offs that aren't lead but they weren't covered in either program that we would be tracking along the way, that we would ensure that by that 3-year period would be converted as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And thank you again for bringing this forward, because I think we want to make sure that you have the right transparent information on this, and I don't think I did a good job talking about what we did versus what we're doing.
That's okay. I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Yep.
Member Wright, do you still have a question?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you brought forth the 3/4-inch pipe, which most people have question. So how's that going to apply for people that have 1-inch pipes?
So the schedule does go up. So if you're, the number that I've quoted, plus or minus, of 335, it could be a little bit up or down from that, is for a 3/4-inch meter set. Not a there's something that's called a 5/8 by 3/4. This is a 3/4 meter set. That is the vast majority of our meter sets.
Yeah.
If it's a 1-inch, it scales up accordingly based on the number of single family equivalent units that it serves. And so it proportionally goes up based on that.
Okay. And then you're talking about the 2-year back. Here's one of the issues that I have that we were talking about, the lead lines, and if a new property owner buys a property with the lead lines and the meter and stuff, I forward the city manager copy of a resident that paid that almost just under $1,000 for the meter. She just bought her home in 2020, and the city showed up and said, "You have flat rate, we're swapping it out, and if you don't agree to it, we are turning off your water." And she had just bought the home. She had no choice. There was no give me on it. And you're saying 2 years we could look back on, this with the statute, but we have residents that had absolutely no choice, had to cough up $1,000 on a credit card, and we're looking at it now, and I'm not sure how we could answer to these people saying, "Oh, so sorry."
So I think this is one of the challenges anytime you change you overhaul a policy approach. And so when that individual purchased that meter, it was based on the old system and the old system funding and the old system, the way it was set up, and had been set in place for decades within the city. We're in the process of overhauling that because we've gotten the lead program funding in. We've accessed a significant amount of funding that changes that approach to how we get this work done. And so anytime you make a change from the way we used to do it to the way we're going to do it, there's going to be this transition period, and really the best, I think, the best guidance that we could go off of is the state guidance as it relates to retroactive credits. And that would be even if there was a mistake in billing. The most someone can come back is, by statute, is 2 years. And so it's unfortunate for someone who maybe did it in 2020, But at that point in time, we didn't have the new system in place like we do today. And so it's hard to retroactively apply that beyond that 2-year window.
Yeah, it's just a hard pill. Welcome to Englewood, cough up $1,000. So I think we need to do something in the future that this doesn't happen.
And that's what that's exactly what we're planning to do with this schedule and this approach and this funding and these changes. That's what we've been working over the last year and a half to change, to address flat rates, lead, meters, meter pits, inside set versus outside set, all of those things all at once.
Right, and I understand, and I appreciate that. It's just going to be a difficult conversation with that person. So, okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9B4?
Move to approve 9B4.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a
Second.
second? Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? Yes, Member Russell, or no?
Oh, no.
All right, with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Director. Moving on to 9C3. This is for Deputy Director Host. Actually, Member Wright, I don't see your question, but this is regarding the John Deeres.
It's so simple. Looking at these, when I read through this, it appeared that these lawnmowers will be used for the golf course. Is that correct?
Correct.
My question is, why would this not be funded through the golf course's enterprise fund?
The original mowers were bought through the Capital Improvement Replacement Fund, or Capital Equipment Replacement Fund, so they have been funding through that fund, so we're using that money to replace the mowers for them. The
So
golf
it
course has
wouldn't
been
be
paying them.
used, it wouldn't be transferred to the golf course fund?
No, the golf course
Because it
fund,
originally was, we'll just keep it into the SURF or whatever it's called?
yeah, the golf course fund is paying into the SURF to get these units replaced, and so that money's basically just being returned to them.
Okay,
with
so
the new
it's, the
equipment.
money's just being transferred?
Right, right.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Thank you, Deputy Director. Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C3?
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Member Wright. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paramba, you're back up regarding MV transportation. There's just gonna be a clarification on some of the typos, as well as how much did the city pay for the first, basically 3 months with MV. There might be a third question now as well as part of the MV, but yes, go ahead, Member Wright, if there's something else that you wanted to add.
No, just the clarifications.
Okay.
Sure. Addressing the typo you saw, apologize for that. The number in the subject line item should have been 639,785 and not 638,000. So thank you for catching that. I believe you had asked a question. You had asked a question about.
How much did the city pay for the first 90 days of 2024 to
Correct.
MV?
Right, January through the end of March, and that was $157,437. We just received a billing from MV for April, but that hasn't been reviewed yet.
And can you repeat that again? How much?
$157,437. I think that's the figure in the contract summary form.
Any further questions, Member Wright? If there's any other questions.
Okay, so if I added that 157 with what's remaining for the 9 months, should it total the 639?
There was another amount in there for $12,000, if I remember right. There was a transportation-related item for a consultant that would be, that was scheduled to work on shuttle matters this year. So it's not a direct, compilation with the MV contract, which is the 639,000 and change, plus including the 437, sorry, for the first 3 months.
Okay, and this is where EDDA is contributing the 60,000.
And I'll clarify that. My apologies on your prior question. That background related to both this and what's anticipated under the next IGA in several months was common to both council communications. And so we were just trying to provide council with some advance notice on what's coming, which is a phase 2 contract that'll basically go into the detail about how the RTD Partnership Program grant funds will be spent for various improvements in new vehicles. And that grant is a 3-year grant, $300,000 a year for this year, 2025 and 2026, with a $60,000 local match required each year. And for this year, the DDA is providing the bulk of that at $50,000, and the city is providing $10,000.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions from members of council? See none, can I get a motion to approve 9C4?
Move to approve 9C4.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Nunnenkamp. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nunnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Poramba, for the answers. Moving on to 9C5. We have Deputy Director of Operations Ron Thornton and Facilities Manager Jeff Stoker. We have a couple of questions here regarding 9C5. What would be the start date of the contract if approved, and why would we only have service at Pirates Cove 2 times a week when open? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Notice should be 30 days once we give notice. This is their start date on that one. And the 2 cleaning is actually through September through May during off-season. During in-season, Pirates Cove has its own staff that does that.
Go ahead, Member Wright.
Okay, so earlier we were talking about the, who was it? Never mind, Malley Trust, earlier today was talking about hiring up staffing. So Pirates Cove, part of their hiring, does all the cleaning themselves?
Correct.
During May through September?
Correct.
Okay. And then, may I ask a couple other questions? During the transition period, are both companies being used?
No, just the one. It'll be just the one. Regal would still be used.
I'm sorry?
Regal, the current provider, will still be used.
Okay, so we'll be transitioning down with them then?
Correct.
Okay. So I take it the transition's not started until?
Correct.
All right, thank you so much.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
One more. Within this contract, I didn't see it. How many staff members are they required to have?
One moment, I don't have that exact number.
I'm sorry.
9?
For all the places listed? Correct. So they'll be commuting between the two.
Actually, sir,
Okay,
if you're able to
yeah,
come
so
up and just get into the microphone just for the public record. And if you could just introduce yourself as well.
Sure. Tito Munez, CEO of Maintenance Resource.
Oh, hi.
Hi there.
So they'll be commuting between the different I saw the hours, so.
Yes,
okay.
there's a couple buildings that they will be commuting to and fro.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, any further questions? If not, can I get a motion to approve 9C5?
Move to approve 9C5?
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Nunekamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, Mr. Thorne, Mr. Stoker, and Mr. Nunez. Thank you very much for your time tonight. No public hearing items for tonight. Moving on to 11B1. This is approval of ordinance on second reading. This is City Attorney Tamara Niles regarding amending Englewood Municipal Code regarding addressing of council. Go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading of an ordinance revising municipal code regarding addressing the council. This was one of two related items. One was amending municipal code to conform with current practice, and the second item was to amend council policies regarding our actual public comment practices. We're not actually addressing any public comment practices that will come back to council at a later date. This is simply municipal code to align with our current practice. So specifically, it eliminates restrictions on who may provide comment so that instead any person can provide comment. So it expands public comment in that way. It references that preference may be given to speak based on the order of people sign up. It provides that length of public comment may be limited not just by the mayor, but also by city council. And it eliminates content regulation by removing requirement that public comment cannot be directed at a specific council member and removing prohibitions on asking questions. People can ask questions. We can't tell them what they can say while up here. City council won't answer them, but people can say what they want once they're recognized and at the podium.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Thanks for the clarification, since it did bring a little bit of confusion earlier tonight. Member Russell.
So my question goes back to the fact that first reading was on an evening that I feel was an illegal meeting. So, I mean, the first reading was on April 8th. So how do we resolve that? Do we move it back to first reading?
No, because you were right, quorum for a city council meeting is 5, but by our council policies, in that the mayor was correct, our council policies require 4 people to be in person, but the 5th person to make a quorum can be remote attendance.
Except for it wasn't working. The sound wasn't working. It doesn't matter whose fault it wasn't working. And so there wasn't a quorum when the meeting started, other than they could see the council member on the screen, but there was no response present. And so people listening to the audio, and what I've realized in even watching it on my phone, the city staff does not show the video of the council member that's on Zoom. So the public will not know.
I think you do make an excellent point. We did have some technological difficulties, which is why Councilmember Prang could hear, but had difficulty communicating. But that was during the study session portion. When we actually went to the business portion of the meeting where people were voting and having a discussion on items to be acted upon, Councilmember Prang did not have any difficulties hearing or speaking. And so when we needed the quorum to conduct city business, Councilmember Prang was able to 100% participate.
Well, that's true. Okay, but I'm going to go back in my history on council, which has been over 8 years now. Whenever there is not a quorum, you can't start the meeting. We didn't even have study sessions if there was not a quorum. And there were several times that there was not a quorum. So there was no study session. And also, when we called a special meeting and the study session was separate, we also, sometimes we would be meeting in there and then we would come in here for the special meeting. And roll call would be taken then, because you don't have to take roll call on a study session. So never in the video did they call attendance before the vote. There was a problem. It was a problem, and it was not a legal meeting. And I mean, things have been so watered down in the last couple of councils, it is incredibly discouraging. We want to change the rules to impact the public, but we don't follow the rules we have here. That's a double standard the council is setting, and I just have a huge problem with it. Because we're the council, we can do whatever we want, but because you're the public, you're gonna do what we tell you to do.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
Move to approve 11B1.
Thank you, Member Praying. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Wright.
In here, we voted, was it last council meeting, where it was voted down, where the one of the provisions was anyone speaking within the last 90 days are not given preference. Why is that something that's being brought up again when that died? I know it was a different issue, but it was something that was voted down, so why, if this is gonna be moved forward, I think there are some things that should be struck out of this because it was voted down in another motion that was brought to council.
Member Wright, did you want to just talk to
Sure.
it? Yeah.
That's not in this
Yeah.
ordinance. The only thing this ordinance says is that city council may give preference to persons in the order they submitted a request to speak. So it clarifies that should city council want to, they can adopt something in council policies that does provide a 90 days or something like that. But this ordinance doesn't do that.
Okay.
It just says city council may make the rules and a policy later.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell.
So in that case, why do we have to change that even now? I mean, we can change it later too, because it's in our policy manual. Oh, this is the municipal code. So why did we change it? Just to open it up to change it again?
No, so we currently have a policy that says people shall be given preference, they shall speak in the order they signed up. That's our current policy. Our current code says preference shall be given to persons who may have notified the city manager in advance of their desire to speak in order that the same may appear on the council of the agenda, which is 3 lines of sentence. And I propose we change it so that people can understand it better, and it clarifies that city council can adopt policies to instead say preference may be given to those persons in the order they submitted a request to speak. I think whenever I look at municipal code, I try to make it easier for people to read and understand when our citizens are trying to figure out what's required when I address council. So I just tried to simplify that language so that they see, oh, I may have preference the earlier I sign up.
So how would it change it if shall be given? I mean, if we leave the shall in there, in the order they submitted the request. I mean, currently that's how we do it, correct? People call in and they're listed on the agenda in the order that they have called in?
Yes, now we do give preference to people if they sign up in advance. And so this doesn't say anything about the order they sign up. It just says preference to speak shall be given if people sign up in advance. But we haven't always had unlimited public comment. So I think this referred to the fact that if you sign up in advance, you get preference. You shall be given preference, but it didn't guarantee the right to speak. at all because we didn't always have unlimited public comment like we do now.
Well-
We've gone back and forth.
Right. Well, in a sense, we always have had, but there have been times, occasionally when they might cut it short, for whatever reason, so. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem, anything to add?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just potentially revisit one thing. And I do know that if we were to make an amendment at this point, it would reset it to first reading. I was not here for the meeting, the first reading that happened on the 8th. So I thought it was worth bringing up again. I know we had a study session on this, and the reason I'm bringing this back up is because I don't remember how I came down on that during the study session, but I wanted to see if there was a council majority interested in changing this to the only ones allowed to speak are Englewood residents and licensed business owners. Mayor, could I make a motion, or could we just see if that's something we have an appetite for?
Wondering what the best way to do this with the motion on the table, City Attorney Niles. Want to make a motion to amend would just be
Yes, it would just be a motion to amend.
Okay.
And if I could add potentially residents, or what about maybe landlords, people that own property?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Trying to think of people that have a vested interest in the operation of your community, our
Yeah.
community.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to amend to limit speakers at public comment to only residents of Englewood, licensed business owners, and landlords or property owners in the city of Englewood.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second on the motion to amend? Anybody? No? Don't think there's any takers on that, so.
Okay. Thank you. That answers the question
There we go.
as to how council
All right.
falls on that one.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, I guess there is a motion on the table. We have a second. Yep, all right, perfect. Sorry, go ahead, Member Russell.
I just want to make a comment, if we're going to vote. I will be voting no on this because I do believe that on first reading, it was an illegal meeting. So, thank you.
All right. With that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you so much, City Attorney Niles. We are now moving on to resolution to set council holiday schedule for the remainder of 2024. Here again is City Attorney Niles.
Thank you, Mayor. We annually adopt a resolution regarding City Council's holiday schedule. For several years now, there has been a summer holiday, generally the first 2 weeks of July, where City Council didn't meet, and a winter holiday, generally the last 2 weeks of December, when City Council didn't meet. So this resolution does that, but it also recognizes what all of the city holidays are after we had a little question about whether or not we should meet on President's Day. So Section 1 lists all of the city recognized holidays and states that City Council shall meet on the Tuesday of Monday holidays, which would be May 28th, September 3rd, and November 12th. So that's a new addition from this annual action item. Then we propose for July, canceling 2 study sessions and instead holding regular meetings on July 15th and July 22nd, and not otherwise meeting in July unless you take action at a later date to schedule a meeting. And then because December has 5 Mondays, we proposed simply canceling the December 23rd study session, which would then provide that winter holiday. So it would not be changing any regular meetings in December.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So if we take off 2 weeks in July, how many meetings are we going to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I can only speak from the prior 2 years when I was the city attorney. It did not seem to extend the meetings a significant period of time, but if memory recalls, they were slightly longer. We do try to plan for that by really putting more on June and August so that it doesn't all fall in July. Many of our agenda items we can plan in advance. We try to do that.
So the other question that I have, because I know that a lot of the budget issues need to be done, because the budget has to come forward in August. I mean, the first reading is probably in September, maybe, but.
The city clerk may want to weigh in. I believe it has to be approved by sometime in early September.
Yeah, I do have to certify the ballot by the beginning of September. So first and second readings would have to happen prior to that.
In August.
And we were talking about the budget.
Oh, yeah.
The budget, and then we also do have ballot certifications too for any ballot questions.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay.
I was distracted.
That's okay. I appreciate that. I needed that information too. Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Member Russell.
I have some huge problems with this because we have so many different holidays and we have from the collective bargaining units, from council policy, or from city council. This tends to be the city council holiday schedule. Why do we need what happens with collective bargaining units and the rest of them? That is a question. It's pretty simple. I worked for the city of Englewood 50 years ago, and we had 7 holidays. That was it, 7. And so we've got all these holidays that aren't really holidays. Anyway, so my statement is I'm going to be voting no. Because I think it's unnecessary.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just looking at these dates in July. I'm going to miss the meeting on July 15th. So I just wanted council to be aware of that. And I don't make sure we have a quorum apart from that, because that will be, if we have those 2 off and then one again on the regular meeting on the 15th, I'll miss that one.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonan-Camp.
Sure. I just wanted to actually respond to Member Russell because respectfully, I think that this resolution is actually intended to alleviate one of your concerns you had around President's Day. So what we discussed at a study session was that the staff and the collective bargaining units would have their holidays, which one of them is not President's Day, which is why council met on President's Day, which you had a big concern about. And so we directed staff to say, okay, then let's have our own city council holiday resolution so that we can decide which council meetings or which holidays city council will not meet. And we had not done that. We had been using what the city staff were doing because they worked on President's Day. And so by doing this, it just says, these are the dates that city council will observe as holidays. We will not meet on those days. We instead will meet on the Tuesday after if they fall on a Monday. And then we could do this again at the end of this year for 2025. So I actually think that this creates the clarity that you were hoping for, and I would encourage a yes vote.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Yeah.
May I respond?
Yes, go ahead, Member Russell.
I think it adds confusion because we don't really need the collective bargaining agreement dates that they're having. If this applies to city council, then let's make it simple. Let's make it city councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Yeah, I was going to second what Member Noonan-Camp stated. Thank you very much for the work in putting this together, just because we did need to provide that clarity. And I believe we did discuss that towards November, December, we would be coming back and approving the 2025 calendar. So, and with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. We have Deputy Director Host. This is 11C2, contract with Silva Construction for the construction of the 2024 concrete utility project and Pirates Cove drainage improvements. Good evening, Deputy Director.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the introduction. I've also got our Construction Inspection Supervisor, Michael Wilson, here with me this evening. He was in charge of putting together all the quantities and locations for the project this year. He's going to be managing the construction, so he's here as well to answer any questions. I've got a brief presentation here, and then we'll answer any questions you have about this item. Is the presentation ready to go up there? There we go. So yeah, so this is our 2024 concrete utility program. We do this each year. It's our concrete replacement program. And this year we've also added some work at the Pirates Cove concession stand. There's some concrete over there that's sloping the wrong direction. We're going to replace with this project as well. So the purpose and project background, as I said, it's an annual program there where we reinvest the residents' funds that they contribute to the concrete utility back into the system there to replace all the damaged concrete in the different pavement maintenance zones each year. And this year we're working in pavement maintenance zones 1 and 2. So we're doing 2 different zones this year. And then we also, part of this project is replacing the ADA ramps with the funding we get each year through the Public Improvement Fund. So we do about 100 ramps a year through that. And then another goal is the transportation safety, just making sure we have sidewalks and ramps that people can get around on that don't have trip hazards and they can get on and off of them. So the goals obviously are to replace the deteriorated concrete. That's the inspectors go around each year and look in each zone and find, they inspect all the concrete in the zone and find all the damaged concrete that requires replacement that year. And then we also do the ADA ramp compliance. We try to do as many locations that don't have ramps right now. We try to get as many of those done so we can get ramps on every corner in the city as fast as we can. And as I said, this year, the Pirates Cove drainage improvements, that's some concrete sidewalk around the concession stand that's actually sloping towards the building and it's causing some issues with the settling around the building there. So we're going to get that concrete replaced so it slopes the right direction and drains away from the building. And here's the concrete rating criteria we use to determine what concrete gets replaced each year. We've got 3 different characteristics or I guess ratings. We have acceptable, marginal, and unsatisfactory. So all of the unsatisfactory locations get done each year. The marginal stuff, it'll get done if we don't feel like it will last for another 5 years. We go around every 5 years and inspect every piece of concrete in the city. So anything we don't think will last for that 5 years in the marginal category, we'll go ahead and get now so it doesn't get worse and cause more problems later. So here's our pavement management zones. As I said, we're doing zone 1, the northeast area of the city this year. We're also doing work in zone 2. We're not doing all of zone 2. What we're doing there is we're doing all the streets that we're intending to pave next year. We want to try to get that concrete done this year so it has a little time to cure and settle. And if there's any issues, we can get it replaced before we actually do the paving work on the street. In the past, we've tried to do concrete and paving at the same time. And that gets to be a little too much to get done in one construction season. So we're trying to get out ahead of that this year a little bit. So all we're doing is paving next year, not having to do concrete on those streets in zone 2 as well. So here's the location. Pirates Cove is on Bellevue there, just east of Windermere. And then the concrete utility on the right, those dots are pretty small, but if you count all those dots, there's about 1,000 dots on that map, and there's 300 ramps we're going to be doing this year. So it's a pretty good sized project we've got this year to get everything done. So we've got quite a lot to get done. Here's the bids we got. The bid was actually pretty good. We were pretty happy. We got 5 bids this year, and the high bid there was a little over $6 million. That was a little too much for us here. We're glad that wasn't the low bid, but the low bid, Silva Construction there, 1.8. That was actually, I think, a little bit less than last year, unit price-wise. The engineer's estimates kind of based on the average prices we received last year. So we're pretty happy to see that low bid come in quite a bit lower than that, about over $400,000 lower. That was a pretty good bid. We're pretty happy. And Silva Construction was the contractor who did the work last year, and they did a good job for the city. So we're happy to see them back again. They get in, they get out, they do a really good job, and they take care of things and keep us in good shape when they get done. So. And here's the funding sources here. The pavement maintenance by area is one of the funding sources. That's the one we use for the streets that are going to get paved next year. All the ramps and the cross pans in that area, that gets paid for by the paving program rather than the concrete utility. And then the accessible ramps, that's all the corners with no ramps on them. That's the money that goes towards that, or any ramps that are severely outdated. And then the concrete utility fund, that's the fund that all the residents pay in to get their concrete replaced. We're investing quite a lot in that this year, investing a lot of the residents' money back into the system there. It's good to see we're putting that money back out into the city there and getting all the broken concrete replaced in those 2 zones. So with that, we recommend that the City Council award a contract to Silva for the construction of the 2024 concrete utility and the Pirates Cove drainage improvements. And with that, we'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Deputy Director. I saw Member Wright's lights light up first. Go ahead, Member Wright.
My question, so does Pirates Cove pay into the concrete utility fund?
So that is part of what's going to come out of the concrete utility fund. Yeah, the Pirates Cove is part of the city's contribution to that. Yeah, the
Okay.
city annually contributes for city-owned properties.
So does the city pay into the concrete utility fund?
Yeah, for all city-owned properties, that's an annual budget transfer for any city-owned properties. The city pays just like any other property owner for all city-owned property.
Okay, so it would cover so the issue with the drainage issue from the concession stand would be covered under the concrete utility fund?
That's the way it's budgeted now, correct?
Okay. So a drainage issue is it from the roof that's causing that problem?
So it's water. It's just water drainage and stuff. The concrete's just settled, and it's typical sidewalk work is why we've included it in this project. It goes along with the type of work this contractor does and is good at. So we figured that was a good place to combine it and get it done.
Okay. All right.
I can come back to you, Member Wright, if you need to.
Well, I'm trying to ask this the right way. So if it was a residential sidewalk where, I don't know, let's say their soffit or whatever was placed wrong and it was draining wrong and their sidewalk cracked because of it, and they were paying into the concrete fund, would it cover it?
So actually, as I think about your question, so the way that works, I don't know if we really called that out correctly. The work at Pirates Cove is actually being funded out of the facilities operations and maintenance account, out of the public improvement fund. It's about $25,000 for that work. We didn't break that out here. Right now, it's included in that concrete utility fund, but it should actually show it coming out of the public improvement fund for the facilities operations and maintenance. That's actually where that's coming out of. So that was a mistake on our part. We should have broke that out better.
So I guess my question is, why wouldn't we, I see we have two bids. Why wouldn't we present them two separate things, just saving time and stuff then?
As far as bringing
Well,
two bids.
see on here, I see there are two bids. We have Pirates Cove and then bid one schedule.
So yeah, Pirates Cove was its own separate bid because it was separate, kind of unique bid items working against the
So
building
it
and
is
stuff.
coming out of two separate funds
Right,
then?
that's correct. That is
Okay,
correct.
that's
And
what
we
I
should have
need
called
to
this
hear.
out. That's
All
a
right.
good catch on that we should have called that out differently to show that line item for the facilities operations and maintenance
Okay,
budget. It's gonna
perfect.
pay for that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Ward.
Is this separate from the grinding that we used to do, or are we not doing that anymore?
So what we're doing this year, actually, the grinding is gonna come after the replacement. What we found is the grinding, they kind of would grind some stuff that we were intending to replace, so we're gonna go ahead and get things replaced, and then whatever's left, we'll have them grind.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do, 'cause before we kind of had the grinding guys got a little aggressive sometimes, so we're gonna replace what needs to be replaced, and then they just grab everything left. So we will have a grinding project still this year to get every trip hazard taken care of in Zone 1.
Okay, and then a question regarding process. We do the project, the contractor comes out, he fixes the concrete or does whatever he's gonna do. Do we inspect every single location where he did the work?
That is what we do, yeah, we inspect when they tear out, we inspect the subgrade, and then when they put back, we inspect that as well. So that is what the inspectors go around to do, and make sure that everything gets put back to the right depth and the subgrade's okay, and we get the concrete in the right dimensions and finish and all that kind of thing. So yeah, that's part of what we do.
Every single location?
That is the plan. We try to get around every single one, and I think we do fairly well. I don't know, Michael might be able to speak to that a little more, but we definitely, that's our goal, is get around each one. The Silva does work fairly quickly, but I think last year Michael had a couple of inspectors working on it just to keep up, because I think what we did is we had one inspector looking at all the tear out and making sure they're tearing out the right stuff, and then one going back and looking at the replacement, just to keep up with the two different crews.
And then do we ever do follow-up inspection? And the reason why I ask this question is very specific. I walk often along Tufts in the Huron-Galapago area. There's some concrete cuts that were repaired or replaced only a couple of years ago, and there's significant spalling in these locations. And I think that deals with the contractor that we used to use as opposed to the contractor that we're using now. But it would have been nice to catch those and obligate the contractor to repair them under warranty as opposed to just letting them sit there for a couple of years until somebody complains about them and then doing them again.
So our goal is to, on that 2-year warranty, to go around and look at everything before the warranty expires. And a lot of times, if we have the same contract, we'll just have them catch it when they're back in town that next summer.
Okay.
And that's something we can still look at and see if that's still under warranty. We can get them to fix that, because that is something you're right, we shouldn't have to pay twice for that. That's
Yeah, if you just drive along Tufts, you'll be able to see them.
So it's
They're there.
between-
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
So between Huron and Galapagos and Tufts?
Yeah,
So we're looking-
yeah, between
Yeah, we-
Acoma and Navajo, basically.
Yeah, we can definitely check that. If it was something Silva did, I'm sure we can get them to replace that. We've had them do a few of those in the past. But yeah, that spalling is kind of hit and miss, and something we do pay attention to, because it is obviously a defect in the surface there. We don't want to leave that if we pay for new concrete. We don't want it to look old in 2 years, so we'll
Great,
definitely
thank
check
you.
that out.
Any further questions? Member Pring?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Quick question. I just want to make sure I understand this chart. It's on our page 2073 for funding sources. So current balance, is that of 3/31/2024 or 2023? In your chart, it says 23,
For
but I'm
which chart are
assuming
you
it's
referring to?
24. It's, yeah. It's part of your memo, I believe.
Let's see which one we
And
got.
it's just a chart of funding sources, so it's got the pavement maintenance.
Oh, I see where you're at. You're correct. That should be 2024. That should
Okay.
not be 23.
That's
That
what I
was a-
assumed.
that
I
was a
just wanted to
mistake. Yeah,
make sure.
that was a
And
good
then,
catch.
so the concrete utility fund, it shows a balance of the 925 in there, but is that just for the line item of sidewalk removal and replacement, but we have a greater fund balance in the overall fund?
Correct, yeah, so, and that we did, that we budgeted the 925, that's kind of what we do each year. So this year we have gotten a little more than we typically spend, so we will do a budget supplemental. There is like 2.2 million in the fund balance that we can allocate, so we've got enough in the fund balance to cover the amount. So we'll do that supplemental just to officially budget it for that work for this year.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Director, quick question. Do we ever have, well, I've received comments that we have damaged landscaping in the past with some of the areas. How do we handle that? Are we inspecting that portion as well, or are we just holding our contractors liable for the fix?
So we do try to inspect and hold them liable. The Silva does have a separate landscape crew that goes around, and they do their best to try to keep up, especially when they break a sprinkler head or something. We know people want to keep the grass watered, so we get them to fix that right away. And we have tightened up our specifications and clarified what we expect there as far as putting topsoil back in there and making sure we typically don't put any sod in that little strip there, because it'll just die. It's so thin, it just doesn't really take. So we'll usually do topsoil and put some seed in there or something for people if they want seed. Otherwise, we just kind of let the grass grow back. But it is, the sprinklers are something we definitely get on them fairly quickly and make sure that's, taken care of within a couple days, so it's not very long. People are without their sprinkler system, if they do hit them.
I appreciate that response. Thank you very much, Deputy Director. All right, and with that, can I get a motion to, if no further questions, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Member Ward, no? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director and Mr. Wilson, for sticking around. All right, that concludes that portion. We're now moving on to general discussion, Mayor's Choice. Just a couple of items. First, Celebrate Englewood is this coming Saturday from 10 to 2, just outside here in Civic Center. I'm going to try to attend. I won't be able to make it at the beginning. I'll try to make it by 1 or so, but hoping that the public could come out and just enjoy Celebrate Englewood and just some of the enhancements that have occurred outside in that area as well. Actually, I'll just make a quick comment about that as well. My second topic, if you get a chance to listen to the DDA meeting that we had a week ago Wednesday, there's a lot of good information. We talked about just the Hampton improvements, talked about South Broadway. Want to just point out that we've had interest in a couple of the open spots from new restaurants that are looking to move into the area off of South Broadway, but also right off of basically the Duck Pond where that's happening, where it used to be that burrito place. I'm trying to think of the name of it. But right there in the corner, but some of the grants that we're making available to businesses, seems to be sparking a lot of interest. So just great work by the DDDA in order to start spurring some activity. So hoping that we can get those leases done quickly. And lastly, I just wanted to bring up, City Attorney Niles, I don't think we ever gave you direction on this, but I'd like to see an ordinance come forward in terms of just the hookah bars in the area. I'm trying to think if we ever did ask for just any no write-up, right? Nothing? Okay.
I was asked to provide information regarding hookah bar
Right.
regulation, and I did so regarding some different options, and then suggested that if a council member wants to proceed, bring it up during council member comment.
So that's my miss. I guess I should have brought this forward earlier, but I like to see if council wants to see something come forward. I'm actually more of the opinion that I'm okay allowing them in just setting hours, my preference would be to set hours and just other things that we need to consider as part of that. I don't want to do an outright disallowing that just because I think different business owners may be different. I just don't want to just single out hookah bars for, being disruptive to the city. I think there's just, some that are looking to move in with good faith and looking to, just appease or just not become an issue like they have been in some certain areas. So I like to see us at least move forward with some type of ordinance. Is there council in favor of doing this? Is there any kind of direction we want to give our city attorney in terms of what type of ordinance we want to see? Is that what you're looking for tonight, City Attorney Niles?
Yes, we could consider licensure, that they have to have a city license that could then require set hours for licensed businesses, that sort of thing. Alternatively, we could look at a land use regulation, but a Title 16 land use regulation does go to P&Z first and requires some public hearings. And just based on comments made to me, it seems to me that licensure of hookah bars may
That might be
meet your needs.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I would want to see, but I'll let you all answer it whether or not that's something that you want to see come forward as part of your council member's choice. But yeah, thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to add anything or?
No, I was ready for council.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know whether or not I'll be supportive of the hookah bar ordinance, but I like the licensure route over a land use regulation and would be interested in seeing it. I wanted to speak tonight to a safety issue that was brought to my attention from some residents in my neighborhood. Two families, I guess, went to Englewood Transportation Advisory Committee in March. I missed that meeting because it got moved on account of the snow day, but they were there and spoke, and they informed me after the fact. They have a concern about, well, a little background in my neighborhood, Hamilton Heights, and then the neighborhood to the west. There's no elementary school, so Maddox is there, but that's preschool. So most of those students go down to Clayton, I believe, which requires them to cross Oxford, and there's no safe place to cross Oxford between Broadway and the Jason Street crossing. So if their parents were to tell the kids, you have to go to a crosswalk, that would require like an extra half mile, 3/4 of a mile in order to get down there. And in the morning especially, Oxford is just very dangerous. We live right by Oxford, and we very, very rarely cross it as a family unless it's just, dead time of the day or we want to go for a walk or something like that. But just with the student that died in Littleton, pedestrian accident, I think that's something that we should, thinking about our capital improvement plan, see if we could elevate that. It is in our walk and wheel plan. It's listed as a tier 1 crosswalk at Fox and Oxford is listed as a tier 1 project. It says it's an unprotected crossing. I don't really know what that means. If that means there's no light, I think that should be elevated to. If that means no light, I think that should be elevated to a light. But I wanted to get that on council's radar, staff's radar, as we're putting together the capital improvement plan. I think that one's really important. But I also wanted to put a council request out there for kind of a study to see if there's any other situations like that, where I know we have there's some, I couldn't find anything on safe routes to school or any plans associated with that. I thought we had something. I don't know if there are any other neighborhoods that have that same problem where they're cut off from their school by a major arterial. But if that's a problem elsewhere, I think we should fix it everywhere. If it's $1 million, that's to fix all of those. Those to me seem like really high priorities. So that's the council request portion of it, is just to see if there's any other schools where there are neighborhoods that are cut off from their closest elementary school. Yeah, that's my comments on that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a clarification, because I know there's students that have to walk across Broadway to get to Sherrill-Lynn, but there are lights. Are we talking about just the distance between crossings? Is that the concern?
That's right. Yeah, there's up and down Broadway, there are lights every 2 blocks, approximately 2 or 3 blocks. There's nothing, it's 8 or 10 blocks between crossings at Jason Street and Oxford there. So to cross at a light would be a very
the only
long
other
distance.
thing I could think of is like Baker neighborhood to Bishop, potentially. So, but yeah, we can definitely look into that, but I would be in favor of exploring that further.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not sure who was next here. Member Noonekamp.
Thank you. I would also support the Mayor Pro Tem's issue. I have also heard from some residents in that area who are having that issue, and they would love to let their kids ride their bike to school, but they don't feel comfortable not escorting them to school because of the danger. So I think it's an important one to raise. I appreciate you doing so. As far as the hookah bar thing, I have not had a chance to read the council request, so happy to see it come forward, but can't offer more feedback at this point. And then just a couple of very quick things for me because of the hour. One is that the Cultural Arts Commission met this week. They continue to work on public art opportunities in the community in the form of murals and in sculpture art that is coming soon. And the Affordable Housing Task Force met on Thursday. They heard from Brian Isom right here in the city talking about Code Next and the implications of the new zoning and how it can support affordable housing opportunities. As far as the month of May, I just want to acknowledge a couple things. I want to give big kudos to the library staff. They had a book sale last weekend. They raised hundreds of dollars for summer reading. It was really well attended, even in the snow. So big congratulations to them. I'm very sad that I will not be at Celebrate Englewood this weekend. I'm out of town for work. It's one of my favorite events of the year, so please have fun there without me. And then finally, I want to acknowledge that this week is a couple of fun things. It's Public Service Week, so the people who staff our governments and cities across the country are being recognized this week as public servants, and I just want to acknowledge our own staff who serve in our city so well, how much we appreciate them. We could not do any of this or serve the constituents that we have without them. It's also Municipal Clerk Week, so a big thank you to the clerks who keep us on track and on agenda, and I'm very grateful for you as well. And then the very last thing is that May is Asian American Pacific Islander Month. I want to acknowledge just how many wonderful Asian Americans we have in our community who own businesses, who participate in our cultural events, participate in our city events. We're grateful that they're part of our Englewood community. So that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Member Noonekamp. Member Wright.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Maybe I won't. A couple of things. With the hookah bar, I'm wondering if there's a health aspect we could look at. The diseases on sharing the mouthpieces and stuff, and I'm wondering if that's something that could be added to that where they'd have to sell a mouthpiece. I don't know. It's just disgusting to me. Personal opinion. I support, I think a lot of people have spoken over and over again on Oxford on wanting a light, on needing things. And a thought is, does the Department of Education offer grants to put lights for, crossings to get to schools and stuff in busy areas and stuff like that? And maybe our grant writers in the city could look at something like that. The Malley Trust met today, and there are, I had to take a picture and I apologize, on May 10th from 1:30 to 3:30. It's the All About Eve live radio show. Will be at the Malley Rec Center. It is $13, but I guess that anybody that has attended the live radio shows have loved it. Also on May 25th, I was informed today at 9 o'clock is the ribbon cutting for the new train for at Bellevue. I heard all about it, and the conductors are loving it, and they're going through training and stuff. Gentleman that sits on the trust sits on it, and then there was one more thing, and I forgot. I know this is a way, but on June 6th, from noon to 2, Mally Trust is having a summer cookout. It's on a Thursday, but they have invited all of council to join them if you're available. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Anyone else? Member Ward.
I have a few things. I'll try to be brief till the late hour. The first is that I would like this body to have a discussion again regarding public right-of-way, specifically permitting requirements for lane closures and procedural requirements for lane closures, when a lane can be closed, when a lane can be open. I know our neighbors to the north in Denver have very specific regulations on this. This issue was spurred because over the last week, from last Thursday to at least Monday evening, 2 lanes, one in either direction on Broadway, South Broadway of the 4900 block, were left closed, despite the fact that for at least one of those days, there was absolutely no work being done. I drove past there numerous days over the weekend, or numerous times over the weekend, and never once saw work actually being done. This is the kind of thing that sends me through the roof. I have an inquiry in with the city manager's office, but I think it's time for us to prescribe some very specific regulations and make sure that we are able to twist the knife when somebody illegally closes lanes in our right of way. Secondly, I have received numerous reports of private security operating at Bellevue Park. I don't know if I missed something here or if this wasn't announced to council. Most recently today, I received a picture of an Allied vehicle parked near the farm at Bellevue Park. So I'm wondering if we have engaged them in security for Bellevue Park, and if so, why? Next, regarding the Santa Fe corridor project that came up, I thought that was a Dr. Cog project. Mayor, I don't know if you have any new information from Dr. Cog or CDOT on that, but I'd be interested to hear if they've gone a different direction. I know Littleton, last update I heard, which has probably been at least a year ago, Littleton got most of the attention in that, but I'd be happy to know if they plan on moving some of that attention to the Oxford and Santa Fe corridor.
I'm sorry, what was the?
It's the entire South Santa Fe corridor project.
Yeah. What do they call it, like CPAL?
Like Littleton up to the Denver border.
Denver area, yeah. I don't have an update on them, but let me see if I can get some information for you.
And then the last item on the list is something that is a very deep concern to me. As I mentioned during public comment, and I spared it for member's choice. I spent 9.5 years working as a bureaucrat in the state elections division, nearly 10 years at the Secretary of State's office, working on elections-related issues. And eventually I ended up departing there, not just for better opportunity, but because the political environment had become so incredibly toxic as related to voter integrity issues that it was a long time for me to leave. 2 years prior to my departure, I would get phone calls about how we were suppressing the vote. And then in the same year that I left, I got nearly incessant phone calls and emails about how we were rigging the vote. These are mutually exclusive concepts that can't both apply. The fact of the matter is we were being honest, and people who were losing elections fair and square were upset about it. I just wanted to go through some very quick bullet points on actual facts for elections, and noting that I've seen absolutely no support for this 100,917 apparent voting violations, or 100,938 votes cast by, quote, ineligible or uncertain registrants. There is a very simple reason why someone would be uncertain registrant. The public voter list that is available to members of the general public does not contain confidential voters or voters that are on the address confidentiality list, nor does it contain any actual personally identifiable information, which is exactly what clerks use to match the legitimacy of records. So it doesn't have the last 4 digits of your social security number, it doesn't have your driver's license number, and it doesn't have your full date of birth. It has your name, your address, your year of birth, your party, your date of registration, your date of party affiliation, and the history of any election that you voted in. along with the list of districts where you are eligible to vote. You cannot certify an election using that data. And that's why we don't certify elections using that data. We use the actual voter data that's available that has the PII. It's why when you fill out a voter registration form, you put your driver's license number or the last four digits of your social security number on it. And if you don't, you have to provide identification proving that you are who you say you are before your vote can be counted. All that is to say, in the course of this lengthy rant, it's very easy to throw facts out and make allegations regarding the integrity of our elections. It is vastly more difficult to prove those things. The moral of the story here, in my opinion, is don't believe everything you hear, especially not from me. This is verifiable information. The things that I've told you about the voter list are verifiable in state law. Even the National Voter Registration Act that they referenced here as something indicating that their rights are being violated establishes the rules for cancellation. Those rules are followed by the state of Colorado because we get prosecuted, punished, sued by the federal government if we don't follow those rules. It is just so intense right now as far as my former colleagues still answering these phone calls and then people coming to the city of Englewood to ask us to do something that is literally not within our power. The state of Colorado handles the voter registration list in cooperation and coordination with the county clerks. The actual full database is housed at the state, at the Secretary of State's office, and each county is responsible for maintaining the data for voters in their county. There are, as I mentioned earlier, a whole host of federal laws regarding voter registration, and in particular, cancellation of voters. We can't just prove or we can't just make the list clean right away. Oftentimes, something has to be initiated by the voter. So it takes time for voters who aren't even living in the city anymore or aren't eligible to drop off that list. 2 general election cycles to be specific. But it's also the final piece of analysis that I'll give you is that oftentimes when this analysis is done, when they look at registered voters, they don't differentiate the active voters from the inactive voters. The only voters who get ballots in the mail automatically are the active voters. And the reason why they get ballots in the mail automatically is because they registered to vote at some point. More often than not, they voted, but there has been no mail sent to them and returned. As soon as mail that is sent to them, typically a ballot, gets returned as undeliverable, that voter registration goes inactive, which begins the process of triggering cancellation. The voter then has the option of fixing the registration or letting it cancel. And often it does just roll over to a cancellation. And that is my very, sorry, probably much too long, but attempted to be brief lecture on the integrity of our voter rolls and specifically list maintenance. There's much more, but I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. You left out whether or not you wanted to see licensure or land use for hookah bars. So did you want to add anything to that? Are you okay just bringing it forward and then we could decide at that point?
Yeah, I don't care about hookah bars.
All right, sounds good. All right, thank you so much. Real quick, right-of-way closures, Allied Security, were those council requests or were those, did you ask to have that as part of a study session?
I would absolutely like the city clerk and the city of Englewood to spend 0 time whatsoever talking about or dealing with the integrity of our voter rolls.
No, not voter rolls. Right-of-way closures, Allied Security.
Right-of-way closures and Allied Security. Allied Security would be a
Council
request, and if there is a contract with them to maintain security at Bellevue Park, I'd like a copy of that contract. The other one, I'm sorry.
Right-of-way closures, South Broadway.
I would like a full study session on that because I think there's some policy decisions for this body to make.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Prang, if you wanted to talk about hookah bars and right-of-way closures, you're okay.
Yes, I will be brief, I promise.
Okay, go ahead.
And thank you for the rant, I appreciated it. I withdraw any requests that I made earlier for looking at the Secretary of State information. I think what Member Ward shared tonight makes a lot of sense to me, and so I agree with not spending additional staff time on looking into any of that. As far as hookah bars go, I don't have a lot of knowledge of issues that we're experiencing, but I do agree with the path that's been highlighted tonight and focusing in that way. I also wanted to add to Member Noonenkamp's list of all things May going on and remind everyone that May is Mental Health Month. I think it was highlighted in our newsletter on Friday, and just encouragement for all of my fellow council members, but as well as city staff to take care of one another, but also take care of yourself and take some time to just be okay and check in with those who seem like they're not. And lastly, I'd like to always give a little kudos when I visit an establishment that I haven't been to in Englewood. I had the chance to eat at Chula's restaurant the other day, and I just have to give them a shout out, not only for the best carnitas that I've ever had and the fresh tortillas off the grill, but also the enthusiasm of the staff to just get to know people that are coming into their establishment, the pride that they take in the ownership of that location, and the pride that they take in being a good, strong partner to our community outside of just the food that they serve. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Member Pring. So just real quick, I think we have enough on the hookah bars, at least to bring back licensure at the very least. Regarding the right-of-way closures, does member of councils want to see that as a study session? Just that head nod, yes. Yes, all right, so we'll see that as a study session. We'll get it added to the schedule. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few items. First of all, just an update on Oxford, Mayor Pro Tem. We are applying for a Safe Routes to School grant. We did apply last year unsuccessfully. We think we have a better shot this year, more kind of focusing more on Clayton. And so that crosswalk or whatever way to cross that safely is going to be one of the highlights. And Director Rochelle in the back just informed me about that. Part of that was the Englewood schools changing the busing distance, which increased, how far people live before they're bused. But we need to address that. And staff is on that. In terms of security at Bellevue, I can answer that. During the summer months, we have staff that are located at Bellevue Park, and so Parks did request that just be added one of the driving only stops. Was the resident concerned that we shouldn't have patrols?
I would say that's probably a fair description of the crux of the request. Yeah.
Well, it was at no cost to add that stop, but if we don't need to be doing that for some reason, I'll wait for council direction on that. Thank you, Member Praying, for mentioning Mental Health Month. I do want to remind council that you all also, the same as city employees, do qualify for Employee Assistance Program. That's a no cost, free, anonymous counseling sessions that for a certain period and a number, and you all have that benefit too. Along those same lines, and thank you, Member Noonan-Camp, for mentioning Public Service Month, we do have a lunch this week, and you all are public servants too, maybe more servant than the rest of us at your hourly wage. So please come join us. It's going to be noon to 1, actually I think 1:30 at Bellevue Park in the pavilion, and the leadership team is going to be serving burgers and hot dogs. Our concessionaire at Pirates Cove gives those to us at cost. Oh, not gives them, but sells those to us at cost. So it's a great way to meet some employees and be appreciated. I also want to mention that I was able to attend the historic Englewood's new museum. This council has been very involved in trying to help make that work. And Member Russell and perhaps others of you, but we were able to attend that. And it is just fantastic. I can't say enough about just how well done it is between the graphics and the 3D model that's shown in a theater that they've developed in that space, and just a tremendous amount of information. You can buy Cinderella City shirts. You can buy Englewood Pirate shirts. I bought some Pirates gear there. So just encourage everybody when that opens officially on the second Saturday of June to please check that out. This first exhibit is on Cinderella City, but I just can't say enough about what a great job Historic Englewood did with that project. And thanks to all of you for your support of that contract.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering regarding the museum. Someone from the Historical Society mentioned that they might have an opportunity for council to come see it before their official opening. Have you heard anything about that?
I talked to Lindsay Runyon, who kind of wears two hats, both with the Historic Englewood and the Chamber of Commerce. She did tell me that there will be a ribbon cutting that she really, really, really would like for City Council to be at. And so she's going to be checking in with you on dates that work so we can optimize the number of council members that can attend that. But I think that will occur just prior. And I'm looking at Mr. Adams, who's also a member of Historic Englewood and has done a lot of hard work. Is that correct? Ribbon cutting?
I'm not sure about the ribbon cutting, but the museum will be open every Saturday.
And will that start before June 2nd? That'll be open from 10 to 2 on Saturday, or starting on June, or the first Saturday in June?
Next Saturday.
Oh, okay, so starting next Saturday. So continuing kind of, I think it's soft opening, but really officially starting second week of June. But check it out, it's amazing.
Thank you.
Member Ward.
What day did you say that lunch was this week?
Can you repeat the question?
What day did you say the lunch was this week?
It's Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yes, of this week.
For some reason, I don't have it on my council calendar, but maybe I'm just reading the wrong thing.
And I apologize. I know I've mentioned that during my one-on-ones, but we probably should get that on the council calendar, so we'll send that out.
It's on mine, so it was intentional.
Oh.
So.
I did have one, sorry, Mayor,
Sorry,
that
go ahead,
reminds
City
me
Manager.
about events. Celebrate Englewood. I had also announced in my one-on-ones that we didn't have enough council members to staff a council booth for this event. But member Wright, Krista in our office let me know that you were potentially trying to wrangle. Will we have a booth or not? Do you know? Oh, okay. So it remains to be seen. There may be a council booth, and we'll let you know about that. But as of now, the city manager's office will have a booth. Let us know if you'd like to work there.
Sounds good. Thank you much for the city manager report. And with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. See you all maybe Saturday or next Monday. Have a good evening.